This is a Clouds weather alert.
Good, very early Sunday morning, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center right now, coming on the air as we're tracking Tropical Storm Chantal here, about to make landfall toward that South Carolina, North Carolina border, give or take. I know we were watching the potential all week for something here, and then on Friday, on that July 4th, becoming a tropical depression, but the headlines were in Texas. Obviously, really, justifiable there with everything that's happened. We'll get into some of that here in this special overnight coverage as the landfall is about to happen. That's why we're on this so late here on a early really on a Sunday morning. I'm just trying to give you guys the very latest. But became a depression 3 back on that Friday. Then we had a situation where it became Chantal there on your Saturday, and now early Sunday about to have that landfall here. And we've seen the winds, the max sustained winds went from 45 miles an hour earlier Saturday evening to 50, now to 60 here. So we could have gusts maybe even just a little bit higher than that. I've seen gusts around 50 around Myrtle Beach. You see all that tropical moisture coming in. It's a little bit stronger, slightly stronger than it was anticipated to be, quite honestly. But we were never expecting it to become a hurricane, and we still feel, the meteorology community, this will not become a hurricane, but it's, really been trying to organize here pretty rapidly. I know some of the quarter cloud tops have gone away here in some of the most recent frames. So, in some of the spots, but we have the wrapping around maybe, of this closer toward that center, some more organization here in some regard. As you see that track there, that's kind of on the western side because most of it's been on the eastern fringes here, of this. It's been an eastern tilted type storm, but we started to see a little bit more, organization in that regard. That's, really kind of keeping it from becoming a hurricane. We have a lot of the other conditions in play here, but, the water is really, helping this to intensify here as we're looking at things. But luckily, not everything coming together with this, otherwise it could have became a hurricane here. We've seen it storms like Umberto back, I believe it was maybe 2007 toward that southwest Louisiana, southeast Texas area, but from, really something that was just starting to get organized to a hurricane there very rapidly and made landfall. We didn't quite get into a situation like that there. We had another storm hit the Houston area there, not the one last year, but going back a little bit further, areas a little south there more so than anything, became a hurricane pretty rapidly as well with that one, kind of caught some folks by surprise. It's not going to become a hurricane, it does not look like, but the winds could get slightly stronger here as it's making landfall. That's at least a possibility, but 60 sustained, 74 plus sustained will be a Cat 1 hurricane here as we're looking at things, as we're tracking things. I don't have the Wilmington, North Carolina radar here on our other source right now. So let me go ahead and pop that up. So you can see here as we're looking at things, I know at some point maybe it's going to do a radar stream with no audio, but right now as this makes landfall, we're looking here, you see all that convection impacting areas like Myrtle Beach, and also getting closer toward areas like Southport there, or Carolina Beach. We've talked about that area, and hurricane tropical storm coverage before, the meteorology community. Storms like Florence, for instance, this is nothing like Florence, but still, the point being, that was an area that really got talked about for days with Florence there back a few years ago. Wilmington, North Carolina, there getting in toward the situation there as we're tracking things in toward that region. That's definitely, something to take note of here as well. So, just, try to keep an eye on that. I know Florence, we've had so many storms since Florence. I mean, Florence actually, it's about, as we look back in the timeline, a storm that was, over 5 years ago, believe it or not, making landfall here. Before that 2020 period, we had all those storms there. We had COVID as well, really getting going and being a predominant storyline. But that was before all that with Florence. Up there, believe it or not, Florence hit Florence. You see Florence on the map in South Carolina, hit Conway, Myrtle Beach. Again, not Florence by any stretch, but it's still impactful here. Seen a little bit of storm surge there along the coast based on some social media reports. Nothing that's overwhelming there. That's was supposed to be a weak tropical storm making landfall, then kind of become maybe a moderate grade. Now it's moderate to what you would almost call a strong tropical storm, but not a hurricane, not right on the border of becoming a hurricane either, at least, but still a little bit more impactful than we were thinking here. Not even that long ago, but I knew you just sometimes can't trust these storms here with water temperatures in play and the like. The models, sometimes aren't going to pick up on everything here, all these little details. And, the organization, if it didn't become as organized, it wouldn't be able to kind of start to steadily strengthen like it has. But it's not going to have a huge difference in the impacts, maybe a little bit more wind getting even a little bit further inland there. Going to have some power outages, a 40-mile-an-hour tropical storm. You're not going to have that many power outages more than likely now. A 60-mile-an-hour tropical storm, well, at least at the coast, you probably will have scattered power outages here. Maybe, in a couple communities, not probably too many, hopefully, but you could even have a few spots where you have locally widespread power outages here for a short period of time at least. So I know Horry County there, there's no flood advisory till 6 a.m. As we're looking toward the Myrtle Beach area, that rain, those totals starting to pile up a little bit there in toward Horry County. So let's go ahead and look there. As we're tracking things, it's going to the 1 hour rainfall. You see around North Myrtle Beach, 2 inches there, depending on where you're at. One of those reds closer to 2. Now, storm total over 3, and some of those purples, those reds, though, indicative over 2 or so there. I know 44-mile-an-hour gusts at North Myrtle Beach. So, another tropical storm force gust here in that area. In fact, let me go ahead and kind of get a loop together on this here as we kind of broaden the view just a bit as we watch this situation. I'm going to take these tracks off. And this is moving off generally north about 8 miles an hour or so, according to the Hurricane Center in Miami. And still not the most organized system ever. Again, if it was really able to wrap up and start to get an eye wall or something, it could have really got its act together very rapidly here, and that would have been a real problem. But that was not depicted really in the models. It's honestly done more than almost anything it predicted, but still, not quite becoming a hurricane, thankfully. That's good news. This is not going to be something I would not think that most people will remember too far out. There could be localized areas where we have, some flash flooding there. Nothing like Texas, I don't think, but just, you got to stay alert here. The chance a few areas could have some pretty big problems, but nothing like Texas. It didn't seem, and then and that was so unpredictable in some ways. I don't want to say definite on that, but we don't have, the type of rain that, they're expecting, they saw out there. We're not expecting that toward the east here. We don't have a situation out toward the Carolinas and our local area, North Florida, South Georgia. But, even toward the Carolinas here, a situation, even Florence, I mean, it didn't have that type of flooding. That was such a big deal for a while ahead, Hurricane Florence, and still had big problems. But even with that stowing out, kind of, maybe the flooding not to what they saw toward the Guadalupe River there in Texas, nothing like that there, with Florence, even with that one stowing out. And this is not really stowing out, it's a pretty slow mover, though, as we're looking at things, and that can, add those rainfall totals up. But, this is shouldn't be, even though we have the logo red on alert mode, and this is something we had a little bit more of a handle on, at least, in the weather community than what we had toward Texas. It's kind of odd me being on here with this, and, most folks were not looking at that on the local level here as it was developing out toward, that's Austin, San Antonio TV markets there. But this is something that's more predictable. We're on for it, but it's not going to be near as impactful in terms of the death toll. I would not believe here, in comparison to what they had out in Texas. I know it's kind of an odd thing when you're looking at that because here's Chantal getting all the headlines here toward the tropics here in terms of, that's something that we can definitively track. Believe it or not, though, what happened toward Texas, it was something that really went under the radar, even to myself. I mean, I mentioned something late Thursday, had some life-threatening flash flooding there out towards some central Texas communities, but wasn't something we spent a whole bunch of time on. We did mention a little bit and said life-threatening, concern, but it was not something that was really, expected to the level that it happened there in toward those communities. But it's a situation here where you just have to always remain alert for these rapidly changing weather conditions here as we're looking as we're tracking things here, you just have to always remain alert for those rapidly changing conditions. But that was just so tragic for so many people out there towards Central Texas. Something folks are never going to forget, obviously, with the catastrophic damage, the catastrophic number there in terms of that death toll. It's absolutely awful here. Absolutely awful here as we're looking at things. But I know this should not be anything like what happened out there. But it's still something that has to be noted here. But believe it or not, that out toward Texas was also from the remnants here of a tropical system, Tropical Storm Barry. It's kind of hard to believe because we really, it was not something being tracked even by the Hurricane Center up to like early Monday going to Mexico, but at least part of it, not all of it, but some of the energy from that kind of was able to kind of, especially toward nighttime, kind of find its way there, multiple days later and produce that flooding there on that July 4th morning there and be so tragic and be so just terrific for those, people. I mean, you're thinking about all the families of those girls, some children, sadly, according to media reports, out toward Texas being found deceased there, and then others still missing. It's just awful, awful. My thoughts and prayers go out to everybody impacted here during this unfathomably difficult time out there toward, those areas around the Guadalupe River. As we're looking here, though, toward a storm about to make landfall, Tropical Storm Chantal. See gusts here, 34, 43. And let me go ahead and kind of pause this right now. As we're tracking things, I know we're on, almost 3 in the morning on a Sunday, on holiday weekend, no less, for something that's not local, but it's a pretty big deal here. Beach plans being disrupted toward Myrtle Beach. I mean, it's knocking out some power to some folks there. As we're tracking things, and I'm putting something there, as we're looking out toward like New Mexico, there's a thunderstorm warning out there, but, not near as many tourists being in, like a smaller community out there versus these beach communities here as we're looking out toward parts of South Carolina and North Carolina here. Myrtle Beach being impacted here this morning by these, dangerous weather conditions. So I just got to be kind of mindful of that here for sure as we're looking at things, as we're tracking things here in toward the Weather Center. It's so important to do that here. You see Conway, you see North Myrtle Beach, you see Carolina Shores, Carolina Beach, Southport, Wilmington, and in fact, I know I'm going to do this on the fly here. So let's kind of just, we're looking at the map and you see they have some wind advisories. I don't guess I have the tropical storm warnings keyed in here because if I did, you would see those pop on up here. But I know sometimes we have to take those out of this system because for whatever reason it doesn't want to identify the counties quite right. And sometimes I just focus, like when we have hurricane coverage or something we haven't had to do in so many months. I mean, since that tropical season in Milton, that probably like the last tropical system, unless I'm forgetting one last year that really had to cover. So it's been a while, but nonetheless, so there's a smaller end of tropical storm warning, like around Myrtle Beach, Conway there, I believe is under. I have another source here. Let me look. Conway, Surf City under that, unless they've expanded in that latest 2 a.m. update. As we're tracking things, as we're monitoring things, in Myrtle Beach, Conway, you have areas around Surf City there. As we're tracking the situation, I know under this as well, getting up the coast a little bit, even though some of the worst to the south. The Wilmington went under it earlier on. Let me check to see if they added them in the 2 a.m. update real quick. As we're tracking things here. Just bear with me as we're continuing to give you guys the very latest here to protect your friends, your family. Let's get a little bit further in. They might have added some spots. I have some of the stuff up there. I didn't see it. So, no, they didn't add them. They're not under, anything there. Not even under a flood watch. It doesn't look like they're in Wilmington. That's kind of surprising, honestly. There's a flood watch a little bit further over. And there's a flood watch toward like Raleigh and Durham there getting further in as well. So, that's kind of surprising. I don't know. I think I would have at least, can't believe they're not under a wind advisory or something there in Wilmington proper. But as we're looking at things, as we're tracking things, I'm trying to make sure I'm not misreading this map because a little bit away from this monitor, but I haven't been in front of the wall here in a little bit. But oh, just not seeing that. But definitely some stormy weather. Still could have some paradises. I would at least have them under a wind advisory. But as we go ahead and look here, I mean, this is a strong tropical storm. As we go ahead here and look at the scenario, you see south of Myrtle Beach here. We kind of see that center of circulation here as we're tracking things. And we have some areas of rotation as well, these little indentions. We could start seeing some tornado warnings pop up, an isolated tornado risk here toward New Hanover County. There could end up getting a tornado watch even for areas like Wilmington and nothing else. Some tornado warnings even possible there toward that area. So that's definitely something to be mindful of. In a Southport area there, gust 43 miles an hour to Brunswick County Airport area in North Carolina, 43 there around North Myrtle Beach and Grand Strand. So again, just continue to track this. I know the local meteorologists there at the Weather Service, they know best, about their geography and what happens with the winds there, and the overall meteorological conditions. So we have the tropical storm warning in play for like Myrtle Beach, Conway, but maybe a little less of an impact based on their expertise toward Wilmington. As we go ahead and look at things here, we're just going to keep on tracking. You see some marine warning action getting up toward Carteret County there. Carteret County, you see some weak rotation there. Southwest of Ocracoke could get a tornado warning here. Just tightens a little as it moves towards some of these areas. Let me put a tracker on here right now. See, where is this headed more due north? The system is, but sometimes these kind of spiral around. Gotta make sure I'm looking at this properly. Maybe it's 1/4 there, give or take, but sometimes it's kind of hard to tell when you're doing this live. But maybe kind of spiraling somewhere in that direction toward Hyde County. I know we've had, with some of these storm systems in the past, it was one of those systems getting a little bit later on in, toward the years, not Florence, but I believe there's been so many. I mean, I used to could just, and I can't even further back, but lately there's been so many, except for a few. You can, if you're not in our area, you can almost have to just look them up to remember exactly what happened. But I believe it was east of ES there that we had terrible tornado impact areas in that vicinity there. During the COVID years, that hurricane produced a terrible tornado. I believe it was in Hyde County there, a deadly one. So not a threat like that scenario there. We have to just remain on guard for some isolated tornadoes toward that area as we're looking at things, as we're tracking things. So you see around New Bern there to the north, again, some heavy downpours. Hoboken there, or I might not be how you pronounce that, but kind of we have a Hoboken in our viewing area. But you see around Vandermeer there and Florence and Pamlico counties as we're tracking things this morning with this tropical cyclone. This is a tropical cyclone. It's already holiday weekend, so sometimes the headlines don't really, get out as much with some systems, stuff under the radar. This was talked about ahead of time. Going back a week ago, we were watching it toward our area, potential, the chances were low. With development, ended up developing, but not coming here. We had the current risk and the like. But the headlines, what people are watching and seeing here in the meteorology community. With it being a holiday weekend, not as much maybe viewership in some ways, but the headlines are being taken over by the tragedy, justifiably so, toward Texas, an unfathomable tragedy there toward the Guadalupe River and all those, fatalities there. Let's get into the graphics right now. I know it's 3 a.m. on a Sunday. You don't expect to see me here. Something pretty big is going on, and it is a pretty big deal. A strong tropical storm is up to a 60-mile-an-hour tropical storm there, making landfall here very soon toward the Carolina coast. So, surge potential really was expected to only be 1 to 2 feet as we're looking, but that's still, some coastal flooding, seeing some of that in some social media videos. I believe the one I saw was around Myrtle Beach. We're going to have that more on the eastern side because of the way these storms are. You have the push here, but then you have, as you kind of go back side, you're going to have the wind pushing away from the shore off toward the west there. So, you see this like with Michael, Walton County, they were pretty close to landfall, even Panama City Beach, right there, and they had the wind kind of pushing out. But from the landfall point east, you have your problems, and this here kind of landfall point north because of the orientation of the coast. Again, this is not going to be one that's a record breaker, I cannot imagine, but still noteworthy, obviously, as I'm checking all the latest. It's just a one-man band here, but it's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family here. The tropical storm conditions here impacting portions of that warned area. So again, just trying to give you the very latest here on the situation. Just want to make sure I'm seeing everything right here. Just a small tropical storm warning for a 60-mile-an-hour storm. I know that it's not that deep. The pressure pretty high. I mean, not that significant, not that organized in the grand scheme of things, but still noteworthy. Noteworthy impacts here towards some of these areas. So let me go ahead and I'll pull up our tornado risk here on the other source right now. So let me go ahead and do that. We're going to go ahead and go to the other source right now. That's the tornado risk for your Sunday. We're expecting some isolated tornadoes here in that green area. So really, to the east of the storm, to the right, that northeastern quadrant, as we're tracking things, an eastern quadrant, really, I mean, basically it's going to be to the north. I mean, that's your track there. About 8 a.m. the center out here with that T, but to the east, some of the worst of the conditions. The moisture you see getting up Fayetteville, North Carolina, tropical depression there later on tonight, and then toward that Monday. It's a pretty slow mover, but kind of getting further up to the north. I only have the loop mode on it for our satellites. I make sure I don't have that up for the radar there. You see some of these spiraling bands here as we're tracking things. I'm kind of trying to extend back here. You have some moisture at least, hanging around even in parts of our area tonight. Kind of in part because of this. It's not really directly tied to it, but kind of that backside in some ways here with the overall flow. So you see the pressure pattern here as we're tracking things in toward the pattern here. I know we were really seeing some of the spin here around, seeing some gustier than normal winds, but not that big of a deal locally. But we're really seeing some of that pattern. Kind of pushing storms in from the north to the south, like Friday, interrupting that spangled splash bass here toward Bradford County, for instance, as we watch things here toward the 62 counties here, obviously across our area. But again, just trying to give you guys the very latest here. 3 in the morning or so, 3:06. It's all about protecting you, your friends, your family. I mean, not too big of a deal locally with things. And we had quite a bit of rain in Levy County tonight, and out there. But our big deal, our big national story here at the moment, here in Texas, in some ways, will probably be up to Chantal kind of fades away. The Texas story will become the one that it sticks with us for a long time because of the tragedy out there. In some ways reminiscent of the Helene tragedy, but even less of a maybe less of a situation where people had that advanced notice here that something terrible was going to happen. In the North Carolina mountains, there were, some discussions here that it was going to be a historic event. We thought there'd be flooding, could be pretty significant out there, toward Texas, but maybe not historic like it was there. There was not as much of that thought until, really getting deep into things. But back here toward the radar perspective, you can kind of see here some of this accent kind of lingering around Florida, that tropical moisture. But I don't want to say it's directly tied to it, but indirectly, it's not as obvious as it was here. As you can kind of just see it sitting there, especially kind of as you get toward the east of Florida here with some of this. I mean, but it's kind of the tropical tail, but it's not as obvious as sometimes can be. Kind of some other players in here that are kind of impacting things as well. We had a boundary, in play here that we've been kind of seeing now. It'll impact the conditions here and the like. So again, something to kind of be very mindful of here as we're tracking things in that regard. You see the winds up there, those METAR reports and the like. Let me see our dew points here. You can kind of see the tropical moisture in play toward the Carolinas, especially there as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring things. You see all those issues there arising. Let's pull up 12-hour rainfall. You can see them more than offshore. It's not like what we had out toward Texas There's still some problems there, starting to pop. A few inches here. Myrtle Beach over toward about Salouette, it looks like. Even Carolina Beach, you can make that argument. So, again, just continuing to track all of that. Let's see if we have any questions or comments from any of the viewers at home here. Right now, I know it's very, very late, but it's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family here in this type of circumstance. So, again, thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me here. As we're on all the different platforms, obviously, whether it's YouTube or Facebook there, Twitch, Twitter/X. It's all about keeping everybody safe and informed here at this very early hour. So, again, let me go ahead and see what else we might have here on some of the other views, and we'll go ahead and give you a look here at our other source. I just want to make sure we don't have an official landfall here of this, in a situation. I don't want to, be caught off guard. We have a system that tells us some of this stuff, but it's just a one-man band, so I needed us to double check to make sure nothing, should be popping up. If it should be popping up, tell me we have a landfall, but it hadn't. I don't want to, be here delayed and giving you that important information, because once it makes landfall, we're starting to see some of that weakening start to take place. But, tornadoes a possibility, especially in the northeastern quadrant. Tornado watch, could get in play later on. Not a huge chance, in terms of a tornado outbreak maybe, but just, expect the unexpected. 2% tornado risk doesn't necessarily indicate tornado outbreak, but, get inside a sturdy building. Their mobile homes are not preferred. Some areas, in this region, not necessarily going to have those basements, but just get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet, football helmet, baseball helmet, something along those lines. As we're kind of checking things here, we're tracking them. You see some of that supercell composite, some of this kind of, just lingering out there. Sometimes, we got to watch when it makes landfall. Sometimes can be tricky. We got to have the center out here, that eastern side. It's more that northeastern side, but we'll have a lot in some of that. So this may not end up being, something that's just an overwhelming tornado producer, as it's first making landfall. Even later on, maybe it won't either, because of the way it's kind of just been organizing. But you never know. And sometimes once it gets over land a little bit, that's when you start to see more interaction, and you start to see more spin up take place once the center of the load actually over land here. But we shall see as we kind of watch things, as we track things. You normally have at least a few tornado warnings of landfall and tropical cyclones. You have to remain alert. Shouldn't be anything like Milton, last year towards South Florida, but that was not something that was an overwhelming risk, but it did get a 10% risk out ahead. This is a 2%, so it's a marginal risk, not an enhanced here for tornadoes at least, but still remain alert here, obviously, for those rapidly changing conditions. It is a night right now, so you don't have maybe as much unstable air in Milton. Worst timing possible, all that unstable air coming in and causing those tornadoes. Deadly tornadic activity in Florida there in October from Hurricane Milton. As we go ahead and just continue to track things here, continue to give you guys the very latest on what is going on. Obviously, I know we're always watching our local area, but that's not the big concern right now. Our big concern is the national storyline. We have those rain chances around, but in some ways it was pretty on that Saturday because we had the pattern in here and didn't get as much of the pop-up action for some, but other areas got a lot of rain, like in Levy County, for instance. So, okay, so the graphics, let's go over to this, and this will probably change here with, once I get the landfall, we're going to put that on here and update that and see that really in terms of those stats. But 60-mile-an-hour winds at the 2 a.m. the max sustained, movement north at 8 miles an hour, at minimum pressure 1,002 millibars, and that landfall imminent along the Carolina coast. So very important to keep all this in mind here this morning as we're looking at Tropical Storm Chantal, as we try to give you guys the very latest. And the hurricane hunters have been out in there. Let me go ahead and save some of that here. Are they still giving us updates? Not maybe seeing that here right now. I'm trying to look on the fly, and let me go ahead and jump on over here toward that. Some stuff they were giving us, they had these winds here, that were in the 50 plus knot range, ended up getting upgraded to 60 here with some of the winds as we're looking at things here recently. So that's noteworthy. And then, velocity was showing some pretty strong winds here too. We haven't seen this too much yet, so let's go over to base velocity from the Wilmington radar. I saw some pretty bright pixels looking out here. You can kind of see a vague center, maybe out near, give or take, as it approaches Myrtle Beach. You see some of these winds here south and east and north Myrtle Beach here, 50 plus miles an hour. Horry County there, north of Conway, 50-mile-an-hour winds. Seeing some pixels, maybe even closer to 60. That's, where you start having that damaging wind potential here in that regard. I know as we get toward New Hanover County, you see some rotation. We may start seeing some tornado warnings fly here. Don't see any debris on that at least, but those are some little spins. They're not overwhelming, but there's, something we got to start watching there toward southeastern North Carolina as we look at Chantal here at this very early hour, 3:14 a.m. here on this Sunday. So we're just continuing to watch Chantal, obviously, very, very carefully. Let me go ahead and see what else we can pull up here for you guys. We're going to pull up our HRR model. Let me go ahead and see how far out I can get that. And let me go to the 5Z1 because I can go out 18 hours. Let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to go ahead and it's around 3 o'clock now. This is what the model is showing for around 3. Let me go ahead and zoom in up here. I might zoom into our area in a little bit. We have to cover this national story, obviously. Let me move this over. Move this up a bit. Maybe move into Raleigh. Okay, we'll zoom out 1, 2 more notches, give or take. So 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, noon, 1 o'clock, 2 p.m. You see some of that spin there. Maybe getting a little bit inward, with some of the heavier rain toward eastern Charlotte areas because of if it tries to organize a little bit more on that western side, they might get a little bit more rain over there than what they were thinking. But according to this anyway, that, indicator would seem to be there maybe. That's kind of intriguing. As we look at that, as you see, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock there, as we kind of progress things out. Now, locally here, that moisture around could be a story here. Could have some thunderstorms on this Sunday. We'll have to obviously watch. This is the potential look here at 7 p.m. So you're on your Sunday. So let's go ahead and keep looking. Let's go ahead and keep tracking things right now. Again, it's all about protecting you, your friends, your family. Let me go ahead and go back to the graphical display here. And we're going to kind of show you what's going on that mode. So again, the 2 a.m. update with 60-mile-an-hour winds, the movement north at 8 miles an hour. That minimum central pressure 1,002 millibars with landfall imminent along the Carolina coast. As we go ahead and keep watching here, I know the tropical storm warning, the 11 p.m. current concern, Myrtle Beach, Conway, Surf City there. As we're kind of looking at things, as we're tracking things there for sure. So, something we're going to be watching, and at least, as we're tracking the situation here, at least we're in a spot as we're kind of looking. We're not expecting this to become a Category 1 hurricane. So that's the good news. That'd be, winds to 74. We have winds to 60 here at this hour. So with the sustained numbers, gusts could be, a tad bit higher. That's how that works. Probably not too much higher than that, but could be a little bit. As we're kind of looking at the situation. But our current concern, you kind of see how that's a little bit east of maybe where this actually is with that moisture. You're kind of seeing that in some of the model guidance here. As we were looking at things and as we were tracking things, some of that moisture getting a little bit off toward the west here as we're looking. But, this is still going to, it would seem, conventional wisdom would say it's not going to change that much. And you got to kind of still stick more toward what the Hurricane Center has with an eastern tilted type of system. And things can, this is something like Helene, but, that track kind of shifted last second there. The local details put a big difference. This is nothing like Helene. This is not a hurricane, not a Cat 4 hurricane. It's a tropical storm. And it shouldn't be a major tropical storm either in terms of the record books, but still fairly strong with those 60-mile-an-hour max sustained winds now. Just remain alert. Things, can change rapidly here in the weather world. As we go ahead and say here, we had Barry's remnants. We really did not think those we're gonna, do what they did here. That impact was just tragic toward Texas. Several days after it really kind of faded away, kind of reemerging there in the impacts and toward the U.S. weather discussion. It's just awful what happened out there. But Chantal here, that's what we're looking at right now. Toward South Carolina, North Carolina line, give or take. I know, and toward Florida where we're at, some hurricane prep supplies now tax-free throughout the year, so that's good. So we're not getting hit by this here. We had some rip currents and the like. The coastal conditions have been rough, a little bit of moisture, but nothing that's huge. But this is just a good reminder here to kind of step over. It's important to just go ahead and stock up because one of these other names could be the one that becomes a big deal here for Florida. It could be something that's really big. You never know. Maybe we'll get a break this year. I sure hope we do, but it's not guarantee one way or the other. It only takes one, just like Andrew in 92. But of course, Helene, Milton, so bad toward Florida last year, and even Debbie with a Cat 1, and then the year before Dahlia, of course, toward our area there toward the Gulf Coast. So just such a big deal there. All those situations. Our weather prediction, our rainfall forecast here, weather prediction center. You can see next 7 days is when I put this out. A lot of this now, and in the shorter term, but gonna have more moisture coming in even later, past today, or and they'll start to add up toward North Carolina, where some areas, localized areas at least. This is, the broad brush, maybe 4 inches in spots, 5 inches in spots. But some areas could end up getting, closer to a half foot of rain here, or even, maybe slightly over that here within this time frame that's more extended. But even today, some areas will get several inches, I would think, in isolated nature. So remember, turn around, don't drown. Some areas won't get that much, even though you're quite near the storm, because it's lopsided here. So keep that in mind. But you see, this is around Raleigh, Durham, and maybe slightly west of that, as we saw in HRRR, or maybe, it could kind of just shift around a little as this makes landfall. That center might kind of shift a little bit. So just remain alert. But watch for some of these areas. Remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions. You see this going up into West Virginia, up into Washington, D.C. area, parts of Maryland with the moisture, at least in the overall meteorological pattern for the next 7 days, all added together. So not a huge, kind of bullseye here, but just remain alert. Not expecting it to be anything like Texas, though that was not something that was really standing out as much as we would have, wanted it to in terms of being able to give people more warning here out ahead of time. So tragic. July 4th morning, everybody gathering along the river, and it turns into, a catastrophe. I know interactive radar can help you here somewhat. Some of these situations, other situations can help a lot. But as you see, your tropical climatology, the peak season still August, October, Roy. That's why you need to prepare. Florida, some items no tax-free, it seems, all the time. So that's something you need to take advantage of for sure. Now, as we go ahead and see some more information now, though, and these numbers are rapidly changing with the death toll. But Central Texas flood disaster, last time I was able to get a look at the information, the reports were showing just a unfathomable number of fatalities, and it's supposed to keep going up. At least 52 dead in the state in that region. Generally, most of, not all of them, but most of them in Kirk County. Some of those, even on Saturday, though, it would seem, there's some more terrible flooding going on. But really, Friday morning, that's where we had Camp Mystic be impacted. 27 children are missing from there. Talking about a camp, for girls. And there's been fatalities there. And there's so many people missing from there. There's so many girls that are so, just so young and they're missing. And it's just so tragic here. Just an absolutely heartbreaking scenario here. As we're looking, you see at 2:35 a.m. on July 4th, 8.93 feet. People maybe, I don't know, where everybody was, or, wasn't there or anything like that. But just the, discussing, I've heard maybe people in tents there close to the river, people in RVs, and then, July 4th morning, you want to get out. It's a holiday 3-day weekend this time around. Cabins there, and then it just goes up. The river goes up an unfathomable. The Guadalupe River Hunt, in this example, goes up an unfathomable over 20 feet in 2 hours. And people are just swept away, in the middle of the night. Their lives, come to an end in some cases. Some folks hanging on to trees, it would seem, based on reports, or maybe on mattresses, able to survive that way with some of that, maybe at least in a case here and there, staying where folks don't drown, but some folks, tragically losing their life because of this flood waters, and it's just awful and heartbreaking. Unfathomable. A river to rise over 20 feet here in just a couple of hours. We don't see this very often. It just is a horrific thing. All that rain there. I mean, this is a horrible flood disaster. I know rivers just rising like that. That is just awful to see. I mean, to see that type of spike there, just going up there, it's just, just unbelievable, and it takes your breath away when we learn live on the area. Some of those reports, started to trickle on out here that we had children maybe missing. It really just takes your breath away. It's just heartbreaking. The Central Texas flood disaster, we're never gonna forget. They've had problems in this region before, but this death toll really just, really kind of popping off the page here in a horrible way. River going from 8.93 feet there in that spot there at Hunt, Texas. Guadalupe River at 2:35 in the morning local time on July 4th. So many people right around there, and it jumps over 20 feet in 2 hours. And, people aren't able to get out. I mean, most people are asleep. Some might be getting the alerts on their phone, but some folks are asleep. And then by the time they realize what's going on, the water's just going up, very fast. Minute by minute, it's getting over their head. And it's just a fateful situation. I mean, the timing couldn't have been worse, whether it's the holiday weekend, the overnight. I mean, if this would have happened, as in some examples in the past, maybe, it happened not on a holiday weekend, not as many people there. If it happened during the day, people were able to kind of take action. It's like as bad as it gets here, folks. I mean, it wasn't, hurricanes, so we didn't have a lot of discussions about what, could happen. There weren't precautions taken ahead, but this graph here from NOAA, National Weather Service, Austin, San Antonio there, the hydrologist there, really, tracking things in the meteorology community, and then the gauges here is so instrumental in seeing the observed values. But, I mean, it's a scenario where that's not something you can just, foresee here. I mean, it's raining, it's heavy rain in that area, but then it just jumps so quick, and it's a catastrophe. As we go ahead and continue, I mean, you see this here. One more thing on this real quick. Goes from not even flood stage to major flood stage. It's terrible. But as we go ahead and see here, I wanted to compare this. It's not storm surge directly. It's not a tsunami, but in some ways it's tsunami-like. In some ways it's storm surge-like. Maybe not, in some ways quite as bad as a, Japan 2011 type tsunami. Japan earthquake 2011 type tsunami situation. With that type of rise, what we had in some other countries there, like in '04, as we're looking at things. But as we're kind of tracking things here, I believe it's '04, kind of trying to remember further back here late at night, just horrific, fatalities in those events globally. As we're looking, it wasn't a tsunami level like those, maybe, but it was a situation that's really been worse since storm surge and some hurricanes here. Our area, I mean, we had all that, advance warning with Helene toward our area with that surge and got the evacuation, so people weren't there really too much. They knew what was coming, if nothing else. We still had over 9 feet, and that caused so much damage. Horse to Beach had it worse, of course, in our area and the like. But this was like a 20-foot storm surge in 2 hours of people right along the banks of a river, middle of the night. So many people there. Most people are going to have all year probably pretty much. It happened in the middle of the night with not much, there was a thought of flooding, but not much warning it was going to be anything like what it was. I mean, 20 feet, 2 hours, Guadalupe River, and other examples along that river. That's just one gauge, and we saw the catastrophic consequences. It's just awful. You got to try to move to higher ground as quick as you can. But I know we had a situation years ago, I believe it was in Arkansas, going back around 2010, give or take, where we had, a lot of fatalities there, flood waters in play, and it just takes your breath away. It's just heartbreaking that in the meteorology community, still here in 2025, we're just not able to, get enough warning out that we can't prevent mass casualty events like what we saw there towards Central Texas with all this flooding. I mean, it's just horrific. I mean, some of these events can, weather like this can lead to fatalities, but to lead to that many, And the number probably going up in the days to come here. With so many young people impacted, it's just awful, really. It's awful. As we go ahead and look at things here now, storm surge maybe only 1 to 2 feet here with Chantal. Maybe 3 feet in a spot or two, give or take. You see where that is on people. As we're looking at forecast, 1 to 2 feet. Storms are a little bit stronger, but there's nothing compared to what the surge of moisture was from the river. Not storm surge technically, but we're 20 feet, 2 hours. I mean, that's why homes, you've seen photos, videos of local coverage out there, San Antonio stations, they're just gone. Maybe the steps are left, but their homes just washed away. That push of water, it's like a storm surge there coming on in and leading to catastrophe. It's leading to absolute catastrophe there as we're looking and as we're tracking things here in the meteorology world. It's just heartbreaking. It's just awful. And my thoughts and prayers go out to everybody impacted during this very, very difficult time. Hopefully as the years go by, we can get better in the meteorology community about learning, about these type of events, and what their homeworks are going to be, maybe in forecast models and, in just overall observations, so we can get better at the models, so we can give people more warning to take advance notice to protect yourself and their family. It's just awful to think about. And they're taking a lot of storm surge, with the meteorology term, but 20 feet of water in 2 hours, it acts like that. In some ways, it's worse, with the way things set up there. I mean, that notice is not really there. And, there was, were flood warnings, flash flood warnings. Other service, Austin, San Antonio, they tried really hard here. They had flood watches in play. They had, threatening flash flood warning in play. We were on with our late Thursday, early Friday update. There was some concern. Some of those were starting to pop up, but then it became an unfathomable emergency. One of the worst weather scenarios the whole decade here in our country. Really, just under, sadly under the meteorological radar there. Not directly, it was on radar, but, just it was something that, except maybe in that local area here and there, it got some attention. There were right alerts in play, but it's just sometimes, things take that turn historic very rapidly when people are asleep, and with so many people at the water, it just doesn't get much worse than that. I mean, everybody's tried really hard. You gotta think about the weather service folks. You gotta think about the media folks that tried really hard to get the messaging out that there was some danger. I mean, in toward these spots here. I mean, and there was some concern, and folks needed to be ready, toward these communities here, but still ended up becoming an unfathomable emergency. As we go ahead and look at things here and track things, let me go ahead and jump back over to Chantal here. I have the model up for a local area, but let me just go ahead and take that on off here. As you're tracking things, you're wondering why I'm live at 3:30 in the morning on a Sunday. It's because Chantal, has tried to get, closer. It's not going to become a hurricane, but it's become, a system that's a little bit closer to it even than, we thought. It probably have been on just a little less in terms of coverage here, but was a little bit weaker, like a 41-hour tropical storm, maybe only a 30-minute update or something. Give or take. But this is a 60-mile-an-hour one, so I've been on here a little while. We're going to stay on a little bit longer at least. Maybe even keep the radar going a little bit longer than that, because that starts to jump up there in terms of a pretty big impact toward some of those Carolina communities as we're looking at things and tracking things here on this Sunday morning, this July 6th, here on this holiday weekend, 2025, tourists in that area. We're trying to give you the heads up about what's going on, as there could even be local folks, I'm sure there are, local folks in that area, from our viewing circle. They're up there on vacation for the weekend, and instead they're seeing it's in the middle of the night. That, in some ways, if you got inside, this time, and especially depending on, if you're a little bit south of Myrtle Beach, maybe, your plans aren't being completely ruined because you're, trying to sleep through it and hope, you don't have the tree limb or something fall there in a very bad spot and damage your car, or something worse than that, a tree or something like that fall. But, it's something that, it could be a lot worse. I don't think have really any evacuations from this here, but you see that push of wind. You see at least some surge potential on Myrtle Beach up the coast, a little bit of that coming on in there and towards southeastern North Carolina as well. But you see how the wind's pushing out here, as you get, Georgetown, and especially further south of that around Charleston, which is good because I know they have that flood risk sometimes here, setting up astronomically high tides and the like. You just got to be mindful of that, obviously, as we're looking at things, as we're tracking things here. I know this is, nothing like it. But when you think of South Carolina hurricanes, you think of Hugo in '89 as well. I mean, this is, you can't even compare the two, really. I mean, it's not that far away from where Hugo made landfall, but that's, that was a Cat 4. This is a tropical storm that we're probably, for most of us, we're not going to be thinking about again in a week. Hugo, I wasn't even alive when that happened, and most people know what Hugo was in '89. It was a catastrophic blow toward parts of South Carolina and even in North Carolina with that wind field. Historic disaster that killed so many folks and caused so much destruction and devastation. There's so many power outages there across the region. I know. I believe it was in Statesboro, Georgia in '89. They played through some, friends impacts there. Georgia Southern did a football game on a weeknight prime time showcase there. But I don't know if that would have happened today. But, they were getting the fringe impacts there from what I understand. It was a Hugo Bowl game. But obviously it was, fun for them. Maybe not fun for areas towards South Carolina, North Carolina, with the power outages, devastation, and loss of life. As we go ahead and look here and track things, it's 3:34 a.m. You can see here we're continuing to watch the situation with our tropical storm Chantal. This is not Florence. This is not Hugo, obviously. Nothing like that. As we're looking here, you can't make those comparisons at all. We're in alert mode though because there are some impacts for some folks. But as we go ahead and look at things here, as we kind of continue to give you guys the latest here on the situation. Let's get back over to some other details. I'm going to see if we have anything new from the Hurricane Center in Miami, see if we've had an official landfall yet with our tropical storm Chantal. They haven't called it yet. No TCU, which would be a tropical cyclone update to indicate the landfall. It was a little stronger and close to landfall at 2 a.m. Making landfall along the South Carolina coast here soon. Flash flooding concerns increase as that rainfall there, comes on in. The rain bands move ashore there and on shore. You see here the isobars, the winds. This is probably going to be caught at landfall here soon. And this is not official, but maybe somewhere on probably the island, give or take. According to this here, as we're tracking things at this very late hour, in that center, a lot of that's to the east of that. So maybe, a little bit further south on this, then you have the moisture east of like Florence and maybe east of Rockingham, but we shall see as we're kind of looking at things and as we're tracking things here in the weather center. I know at least this did not get, it's not going to get, it seems, to that minimal hurricane level. We said earlier in the week that wasn't going to happen. It's still not going to happen, but it got closer than we thought in some ways. 16-mile tropical storms, though. The organization here, as we're tracking things, it's maybe not going to get you a hurricane in any circumstance, but, even with a lack of organization, you can get a strong tropical storm. We've seen it before here with systems, a lot of systems. Some of them big flood producers just didn't have as much moisture as some of them, and at least it's moving some. But speaking of stuff that hadn't been moving at times, we don't have any of the flash flood warnings in Texas right now, but we do. This is not Chantal, but kind of the remnants in a way of Barry, which again was not something we're really talking about too much, quite honestly, in the meteorology community. Anybody really, maybe some local meteorologists, trying the hardest to get the word out, but the chance of problems, but. See some moisture still toward Texas there this morning. Lingering moisture trying to maybe intensify a bit, and I guess maybe some flash flood warnings in areas that do not need the moisture and do not need more flooding. You see east of Kerrville could have some problems there as we look at things and as we track things. We'll watch and we'll track. You see locally here we have southwest Apalachicola. I'm sure if you're on vacation in Apalachicola, you're seeing some lightning. If you're looking out the window to the south and west right now, you might even see it, try to sleep and you see those flashes depending on which way the windows are oriented. You may see some of those flashes of lightning there from Franklin County this morning as you're looking, from your hotel room. Not sure, not many hotels there, but depending on which way windows are, maybe for camping out or something, you might be able to see some of that lightning there, from the western fringes of our area. As you're seeing Levy County, some light rain still there. You see just outside of the area, and Homosassa Springs there, Citrus County, some heavier downpours, in that vicinity as we are tracking things. So let's see where else we want to go right now. I've been on for about an hour or so with this vessel covered in the middle of the night on a Sunday, on a holiday weekend no less. But it's a stronger tropical storm. We're trying to give you the latest as we have that landfall here as we look at the situation. So I know we have some other views we can try to pull up. Let's go to the power outage map here. Don't have many power outages at all in South Carolina yet, which is good, obviously. I don't even know if there's enough to pull it on our screen here. But Powder.us, 58 customers in the dark in Georgetown County. This could start going up. And in Horry County, there are 227 outages, or customers out there. It's not many at all in that county that encompasses Myrtle Beach. In North Carolina, we have areas there, around Brunswick County, only one customer in the dark. New Hanover County, 13. I mean, these areas have had much worse storms over the years, even though this has still become, and has become a formidable tropical storm. It's not going to become a hurricane here. It does not seem here as we're looking at the situation. Now, I know we have some South Carolina 511 cameras. I don't see these too often, but, I've been keeping some of these, on some screens here in the Weather Center, watching things there. And let's see one of these South Carolina DOT cameras right now as we kind of track the situation there. This is going to be US 17 North there at Bayshore Drive. You can see those slick conditions on the roads. Not many people are all out, though. Middle of the night, and we have some pretty inclement weather moving on through. As we go ahead and move away from this perspective, this is one South Carolina DOT camera. We'll set some more there in the that area. Let's see what else we might have. This camera is moving around some. It's a little bit higher up, but Little River Bridge there at South Carolina 90. Let's go ahead and pull this one up from South Carolina DOT here. Again, that's where these are coming from. These South Carolina 511 perspectives. You can see here some of that wind moving this camera. See the trees shaking. Some is a little higher up, though. So you're going to have a little bit more wind as you get a little bit higher up. Sometimes when you measure those winds with the anemometers, when they're higher up, and where some of the official sites are, you're going to have higher numbers than maybe what I have here at home here in north central Florida, only 6 feet up. You're not going to have as high winds. So, for maybe what you would think of what the official wind numbers should be, you should extrapolate out a little, do some math there. But as we go ahead and, and extrapolate upward with those numbers from what you get a little bit closer down to the ground. But as we go ahead and see here the situation, you are focused in some ways more on the surface winds anyway, but you see on the bridge, higher profile vehicles might have some problems. This is a tropical storm. A attack hadn't really been there, but, on a bridge, sometimes you have it around Tampa, for instance, tropical storms can close a bridge there or that region, for instance. I believe, trying to do this late at night. The Gandy there, as you're looking toward that area, I believe is what, one we're talking about there, so I'm not sure if that's happening in South Carolina right now. I haven't seen that reporting, but, this type of wind could be enough to kind of close some of these bridges here ultimately for a short period. High profile vehicles anyway, really got to be careful. Probably really shouldn't be out on a bridge here, in this type of weather, this time of night with these type of winds. Again, this is a Little River Bridge here at South Carolina 90. As we're looking at things, your South Carolina DOT camera here, you see some of that wind even behind me. I'll move over some. You see some of these trees shaking. Some it's not overwhelming, but this is a tropical storm. This is Tropical Storm Chantal here, having an impact, that's being felt here towards some of these different communities here as we're looking toward the Carolinas this morning. So again, it's a 61-hour tropical storm with a max sustained wind. Some gusts could be slightly higher than that. Probably not too much higher than that, but could be slightly higher than that technically as we're looking at things. Let me go back over to our South Carolina, North Carolina view on this and take off the Hurricane Hunter information so we can see things just a little bit better. I know we could use infrared satellite right now, but we can't. We could use, visible satellite right now, but we can't. We could use infrared in the middle of the night, but there's really not a reason to. In some ways, it goes say that to you already so much. I'll probably go back to it at some point, but the point is, I want to be able to kind of look at some of these more localized details here in this situation. So as we watch that landfall here, a lot of this is more northeastern oriented here. We will pull up satellites just for a sec. Yeah, you see that there too. It looks like it's, losing some of that moisture a bit there, more down to the south, trying to pull some of that in. Gotta be kind of careful when you have a tail like that. That becomes a little bit more of a feed there. That could lead to a more flooding type of situation than we're anticipating, and the models could be underdoing that some. You can have that sometimes in these tropical situations, but just gotta stay aware of that. So again, we're gonna go ahead and see some more information here. Let me go ahead and jump on over here to some more cameras. We'll go ahead and kind of do that here right now. Let's see if there's any alerts showing up on here too. On the South Carolina DOT, the Department of Transportation information, I don't see any, but let's go to another camera here, US 17 North at South Carolina 22. We'll try to give you another perspective here live on the air here of our tropical storm Chantal, 3:44 so in the morning on this holiday weekend. Last year on a holiday weekend, we had a hurricane a lot more impactful. Beryl heading toward Texas there early Monday. This time it's Sunday. It might be, as I do the date here, that would have been, or the 4th would have been on a Thursday, so that'd been about the 8th, I guess, if I'm doing the math right here at this early hour. This is the 6th, but pretty close dates with the landfall toward the U.S., but I'd say quite a bit weaker than that one was, obviously. That really had a stronger wind push toward Houston and the like than this will have as we're looking and as we're tracking things. So as we're kind of monitoring the scenario. So you see a car out and about trying to brave it. It's not overwhelmingly bad. This is not, just complete. You have to be inside and hunker down territory. It's pretty close, but, weaker to moderate tropical storm. It's definitely stronger in a way, but it might have lost a little strength here based on what I saw in infrared recently. These winds don't look all that impressive here, so you can kind of brave this here. I mean, some of these stronger tropical storms, it really is advisable to hunker down. And we had Elsa, Fatality, a tree fell there in Duval County back 2 years ago at that one, so sad and tragic. That can still happen here, but these winds don't look overwhelming at least, so that's some good news as we're looking toward US 17 North at South Carolina 22 there in towards South Carolina this morning on the South Carolina DOT camera. So at least it's not just complete, overwhelming type of situation here as we're looking, as we're tracking things in toward the weather center. Let me go ahead and move away from this view here right now. See what else we might have. And so the cameras we can kind of go to here in the region. South Carolina DOT camera perspectives. Let's go to this one here. Where the lighting is South Carolina 31 North at Robert Grissom. And you see some flashing lights, and you can see some wet roads there, and trees blowing around some as we're tracking things here this morning. So that's kind of a storyline there. I'm going to make a note about where else we should go in the coverage. Again, just going ahead and keeping track of things. It's the one-man band here. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud in the Weather Center. It's 3:47 a.m. We've been with you about an hour for our landfall coverage of Tropical Storm Chantal here. So get an update pretty soon from the Hurricane Center in Miami about some type of landfall here of our tropical system. Again, South Carolina 31 North at Robert Grissom at South Carolina DOT camera perspective right now on the situation. It's always great to get these visuals here. You see some of that pond in the water on the roadway here. It looks like water, kind of up there in that region as you're looking. Maybe, I can't tell for sure. It looks like maybe some type of waterway there all around, and that might be up too somewhat. But as we go ahead and continue to give you guys the very latest here on the situation, we're just trying to keep you guys informed here, right near the coast. So I have some different waterways here, no doubt. as we're kind of tracking things, as we're monitoring things here, alive on the fly here, very late hours. I know where Texas, the remnants of a berry, having an impact in some ways of that moisture lately, and then there could be some increasing coverage of slow-moving cells of top sensitive soils to about 6 a.m. Central Time, according to the Weather Prediction Center. They keep tabs on things from Maryland, where their offices are, and watching things across the country as we're kind of tracking. Of course, we're watching Chantal. Let me see. That's toward the Carolinas, obviously. That's why we're on the air with landfall coverage on all the different platforms. Trying to keep you guys safe. We're trying to keep you guys informed here. So important to do that. As we watch this landfall. We're going to zoom in on the radar. We're going to put the isobar information up. The wind arrows. We're just going to see if there's any questions or comments from anybody at home. Again, I appreciate everybody tuning in here and trusting me. Just seeing what else they might have. It's a late hour here that we have to be on, but I know I have somebody watching on Twitch, it looks like. Looks like a viewer losing power there twice. So you just got to always be mindful here of that. Intermittent outage is definitely a possibility in this type of situation. So again, just keeping tabs on all of this. Let me see what else we might have here right now. I know there are some spotters, chasers out here in the meteorology community watching all this here. Obviously, you see some of these little indicators. Just hope everybody stays safe here as we look at all of that. Let me see what else we might have. And the dew point tile, that moisture around, the temperature in the upper 70s there, right toward the coast. 79 Myrtle Beach, 79 North Myrtle Beach there, the Grand Strand, 72 Conway, 77 in Wilmington. They're getting a pretty heavy downpour right now. And over the last hour, seeing some more moisture move up that way there toward that area in southeastern North Carolina, from Carolina Beach to about Wilmington there. You see, that's probably about an inch. So query these here on my end, about an inch of rain in the last hour. Sometimes it's under this tropical downpour. It says this a little less with the colored table, but about an inch in the last hour. That's not overwhelming by any stretch, but if you get that hour by hour, that starts to lead to some more ponding the water on the roadway. I know there's some rip current statements in that region, toward Wilmington Weather Service jurisdiction. There's high surf advisory and the like. I know as we zoom back out here, Myrtle Beach, Wilmington, I know Weather Service Wilmington covered Myrtle Beach area. So 2008, Myrtle Beach, they didn't, I believe, have an NBC affiliate. That came out of Wilmington there for folks down there on like cable and the like. But then 2008, I believe it was WMBF TV there. They launched a digital signal there and became an NBC affiliate for that area. So they had all the different affiliations there. I believe it would be on the dial. So Myrtle Beach growing over the years. Believe it or not, we actually picked up that signal here with our antenna here in North Central Florida recently, a couple times, and even going back, several months, it's come in some. So that's kind of intriguing. That NBC station that just came on the air during, I believe, the Olympics are in 2008. So point is, that's growing community there as we're tracking things, toward northeastern South Carolina, toward Horry County, a tourist area, obviously. A lot of folks there this time of year going there for getaways and the like. So, that's a couple hundred miles away from where we're at here in North Central Florida, Myrtle Beach, but, nothing to do with maybe them just launching in 08. Reason we picked it up, but just kind of interesting, kind of a fun stat. Probably don't really, maybe really quite too many people in that they really kind of are interested in that, but I just thought I'd kind of bring it up. We're almost at 4 a.m. We're live with you with this landfall of Chantal not a hurricane, but only 14 miles an hour away, give or take, with the maximum sustained winds. So again, we're just trying to keep you up to date. We're waiting for that official landfall to be designated there by the Hurricane Center in Miami. So let's go ahead and see here. This is our satellite derived data. Is how I would kind of characterize all this with the isobars, the wind arrows here and the like. And you see a landfall here with the center circulation seems to be imminent there around Georgetown, Pawleys Island, give or take, in South Carolina. But the worst is off toward the north and the east as we're looking towards some of these different backyards here with our tropical storm Chantal. So you see Myrtle Beach, you see Conway, you see areas like North Myrtle Beach, you see Salouette, you see Oak Island, you see Wilmington. Some of these areas getting various levels of heavier rain. Some of these areas lighter rain. Some of these areas, just squally weather from time to time. The wind's picking up here and there, maybe power going in and out from, point to point. So that's very noteworthy there as we're looking towards some of these communities again with a stronger tropical storm. We're on all these different platforms here to keep everybody informed, obviously, with these inclement conditions. Let me go ahead and put up our list here. I'm going to try to pull that up on the screen for everybody of all the different platforms that we're on here at this very early hour. On Facebook there, Casey Cloud WX, Facebook Cloud Weather, Twitter /X at Cloud Casey, YouTube at Cloud Weather there. We're on Twitch Cloud Weather. We have the website there, cloud.com, with all the different links as well, the interactive radars on there. I know you think of stronger tropical storms, but maybe not hurricanes. You think of Fred there heading toward areas west of Tallahassee, going back a few years there. In that time frame around where, probably Bowden passed away there, as we're looking back in toward that timeline, as we're kind of tracking things there in the meteorology community. That's an idea of a stronger tropical storm, but not a hurricane. It's a little less strong than that one was going back a few years, but I mean, this is still a impactful scenario for some folks there toward the Carolinas with tropical storm Chantal. It's not just a 40-mile-an-hour minimal storm with not much moisture. There's a decent amount of moisture, but probably not going to become a historic tropical storm, like what we had in Texas. It was, remnants, very much, remnants, and maybe in some ways it's, maybe not remnants, but, of that tropical storm Barry there going back. That was historic, even though we really weren't talking about that name. With what happened there, that impact was felt so tragically with that loss of life there toward the Lone Star State. Let's jump back on over there right now. I want to go ahead and go through some of those graphics again as we kind of wait for this official landfall of our tropical storm Chantal. So let's go ahead and kind of jump back over here on our other mode. Again, if you're just tuning in, we had tragic, terrible, and I'm sure most of you know it by now, this horrific flash flooding toward the Lone Star State, toward central Texas. Now, it didn't impact areas like Dallas, Houston, which does direct imminent impact there, but, around that San Antonio, Austin TV market, it was something. Even San Angelo, they had some problems there up in that vicinity too, but especially San Antonio and Austin TV market, San Antonio the most, with Kerr County involved there. Just a horrific event with most fatalities happening there. The children missing from Camp Mystic there from that county. The Guadalupe River, a hunt, that water rise is so significant. In total, in the region, at least 52 dead there. Central Texas, some of that getting up into like Tom Green County as well, I believe, but most of those Kerr County there. Central Texas, for the most part, that region there, the fatalities total for the state 52 as of last check based on the reports, and 27 children missing there from Camp Mystic, which is just awful. Camp there for girls, so many of them apparently, based on the reports here with the already confirmed fatalities, it would seem, the floodwaters are just too much, and you see why. I mean, it went from 8.93 feet there to the Guadalupe River at Hunt at 2:35 a.m. Central Time to 29.4 feet, 4 or 5 feet there in just a couple of hours. That's a 20 feet rise in 2 hours. It's unfathomable. I mean, you compare it to some tropical cyclones here in toward our area. I mean, it wasn't a storm surge, technically, but the surge of water was twice as bad as Helene. Helene happened. I mean, it was at night, but we had forewarning for several days out. People evacuated, and you had the damage. But this was twice as bad with everybody gathered along the riverbanks. A few people might have got out there, but it wasn't enough, obviously, to prevent a massive loss of life there with RVs, with campers, and the like there toward the Guadalupe River there at Hunt. I mean, you just see how just that number is staggering. 20 feet rise of water in 2 hours. I mean, you break it down even further, it's rapid. It's just coming up minute by minute. It's just, some folks, they just couldn't make it, obviously. I mean, you kind of look here at the comparisons and, with our system, Chantal, maybe a couple feet of storm surge toward that coast there in the Carolinas. But with this, I mean, it wasn't surge technically, but you see 20 feet on this is wiping away homes, and that's exactly what happened. Obviously, wiping away campers and tents, it's terrible to talk about it like that, but that's exactly what probably happened, or as they were trying to flee from the water, and not just that, but also, RVs obviously getting washed away here, and it's the worst time of year for it, really. So many people gather there in the summertime. A horrific set of circumstances towards Central Texas. We're never going to forget. Our thoughts and prayers got everybody impacted at this very difficult time there, toward that region. Just an awful set of circumstances from what was left, in some ways, of Tropical Storm Barry there. Barry 6 years ago with a hurricane toward Louisiana. This time, that death toll, I believe, was way worse. And it was not really a name we were talking about too much because it anticipated several days ago, really, based on the information we had seen there with the direct, core, the Hurricane Center tracking that. But then we still had some remnant impacts there with the mid-level and the like. And it became so tragic and so awful. No, what technically storm surge, but the idea the water levels are similar, more tsunami-like than a surge in some ways, but kind of a mix, and it's just awful. I mean, just awful, That's some warnings in play, obviously, flash flood emergencies, PDX warnings, getting some alerts out, but I mean, still, it wasn't at the level of like a tsunami warning, or, maybe it wasn't, maybe a situation we were talking about several days out there was going to be, like really a huge rush of water. It still was so unpredictable there as we're looking at things, as we're tracking things in the meteorology community. His adventure is so unpredictable, and what we had out towards Central Texas was just so tragic, even though there was some forewarning. Just not everybody being able to take action to protect yourself and protect your family. And it's just a horrific circumstance. I mean, some folks probably trying to get out, and the roads are clogged, everybody panicking with, the most people there you're going to have all year. So it's already crowded, and then, you have seconds to get out. And I mean, you kind of can imagine what probably was going through people's minds, in those tragic moments. And just some ways, for some folks, it's probably their tragic last moments based on media reports, survivor reports, and the like across that region there toward Kirk County and the like there in toward South Central Texas. As we go ahead and keep looking at things, I know we're just continuing to watch Chantal here and waiting for that landfall as we continue to give you guys the very latest here on the situation. Let me see if there are any questions or comments from any of the viewers here at home. I know we're on very late and very early, but we're just going to go ahead and stick with you a little bit longer here as we watch the situation. I know, so sustained winds at 60 possible at this here with a gust a little higher. So yeah, we could, as I'm reading the comments, if we start having some power outages, not going to be widespread probably, but, isolated and scattered here, especially along the coast. I haven't seen too many yet, and we've got quite a bit of this in here, and it's not really organized. So I don't think it's going to be, just, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of, power outage type event, but we're still going to have some pockets here that start to go up a little bit, probably with some of the squally weather coming in here toward the Carolinas. But landfall pretty soon. This is oriented more to the northeast side, so a lot of the worst weather already kind of moving in there in parts of Horry County, parts of southeastern North Carolina there as well. I know talking about that Texas event again. I know we have a viewer that wants me to go ahead and go over just a little more. I'll go ahead and pull that back up. This river gauge here, the Guadalupe River hunt. You know, this was one of those gauges there along that as we're looking in on the vicinity. This one we told the story, and you can see that rise of water over 20 feet there in 2 hours. I mean, see it just goes almost straight up, and anybody that knows anything about river gauges never wants to see anything like that. That is just heartbreaking. Remind me, I know, I'm thinking of Hurricane Maria toward Puerto Rico, I believe it was years ago. We had stuff like this happen. It has bad consequences. It's just tragic. It's awful. It's just the worst case scenario. As we go ahead and to see what else we might be able to say, you guys, here in the coverage. I know they may, I mean, at this point, we'll see. I feel like they might call it sooner, but they may wait to the 5 a.m. update and just do it a little on the earlier side to declare this as making landfall and having made landfall there toward the coast as we go ahead and keep looking at things here toward South Carolina. It's very close, and with these systems, if there's not an eye wall that's really defined, it's a lot harder to kind of estimate when it makes landfall. It's really about, sometimes we saw this with like Dorian toward the Outer Banks there. I believe it was North Carolina. We weren't really sure if it made landfall because it didn't maybe look like on satellite, but because of the lowest pressure, with that kind of across the coast, that's where landfall actually is. Even, with that, it should be a little bit easier to tell. Not always, but in this situation it's harder because it's more disorganized, more lopsided here as we're kind of looking at things and as we're tracking things here in toward the weather center. So again, we're looking at things right now toward North Carolina. Wilmington, some pretty heavy rain, some pretty gusty winds, maybe some weak rotation off the coast there even. So you want to keep those tornado safety tips in mind as we're kind of looking at things, as we're tracking things here. We're just trying to give you guys the very latest here. We're just going to go ahead and keep on tracking. If there's a tornado watch that gets issued, it may happen at some point. If we get some more instability in there, you just want to stay tuned for the latest updates. Have multiple ways to receive alerts. If tornado warning issued, that means the tornado has been detected using radar or spotted. You want to go ahead and seek shelter inside a sturdy building. You want to get as many walls between you and the outside as possible and protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet, football helmet, or baseball helmet here as we're looking at this type of situation. So again, that's kind of where we're at with that as we're kind of tracking that scenario. Now let me go ahead and jump back on camera though. 4:06. That's where we're at right now. Meteorologist Casey Cloud here in the Weather Center. We're watching a strong tropical storm about to make landfall. If it really hasn't already, they may, be about to say it officially, but it may not have quite done it. The way the coast is oriented here can make things tricky sometimes. Moving north at 8 is what they said earlier on. It may have not. Look at this. It doesn't really look like it's quite crossed yet in some ways here. So again, we're still kind of watching and waiting here as we're tracking this situation here this morning. I know Fred, we talked about Fred, it was kind of hard to tell. Made landfall kind of quick in that process, I believe, as we were looking. But sometimes these disorganized systems, that one might have had a little stronger winds than this, but there's disorganized systems, it's a little harder to tell, obviously, when you don't have an eye wall or something really defined here to see on the Doppler perspective. So again, you see around Wilmington there, some pretty heavy rain, even some lightning popping up there. You see around Leland, I believe that's where one of the TV stations is in that market. Remember that from Florence coverage years ago there. ABC, I want to say, and CBS duopolies in Leland. And they're getting some pretty heavy rain right now. You had to take shelter in tornado warnings during Florence. They're going back. As you see, 1 hour rainfall, about an inch, maybe a little bit more in these red spots here, 1.5 inches. Tropical downpour, this could be underestimated. It could be closer to 2 inches there towards some of these different communities. We keep on watching that Doppler radar perspective with Tropical Storm Chantal as it brings these impacts toward some of these different areas. You see New Hanover County, Carolina Beach. You see areas around Salouette. We had a bad tornado, in some of these areas going back a few years ago. On that Doppler perspective, it was, something we weren't really expecting. It was just awful with some fatalities down there as we look back in toward that timeline. But as we go ahead, and it was not tropical cyclone related, I don't think. I believe it's a winter month type situation, but as we go ahead and look at more things, I want to bring a local view. If you're up this early or this late, we'll see our local view across our region real quick. And we have some pretty warm temperatures, like toward Apalachicola. I know they've had some rain in that area, and you see lightning there off to the west. You see some rain, Lee, and maybe a little bit of Marion. Last 12 hours on radar. Look at all that rain toward Levy County there and in that vicinity. East of Chiefland, 5+ inches of rain between Chiefland and Bronson there in that a special kind of orange color there, that lighter orange color. So that's pretty noteworthy there. You see around Otter Creek, a few inches, but that's pretty isolated compared to everybody else. Levy County by far got hit the hardest on that Saturday with the weather. I know we said maybe 60% chance. We didn't maybe have quite that much covered, but Levy County sure did there. They're just into the Tampa Bay Rescue Weather Service jurisdiction, but we'll cover them one of our 62 counties. We didn't have any alerts to cut in for, but they sure got hit pretty hard there as we were looking toward that area, toward that vicinity there for sure. So, there's our covered area as we're tracking. Just trying to give you guys the very latest on exactly what's going on here, obviously. Just trying to keep you safe. Just trying to keep you informed. Let me go ahead and see what else we might have here. 4:09 a.m. Let me go ahead and see where we want to go with this next. I want to go to model guidance again. We'll go to HRRR. Pull that up. Let's pull up some of the other model lines here too on the icons. They're not too far off of each other, but we'll pull them in. So I'm going to go ahead and show you this. We're going to switch computer sources here. And this is not, barrel like we had last year. This time you make landfall toward Texas. We're not going to be with you that much here. Once we get that landfall, we'll have the radar running for a while. It's a plan, but and especially on YouTube, with that, maybe we'll go a little longer depending on how things progress. But again, this Facebook's one that cuts off after 8 hours on that. But it's not a hurricane, but still, some inland impacts could, pick up some. Obviously, like in central North Carolina, once it gets in, it'll be closer toward those areas, that center of circulation. But you see, it's kind of lopsided. You see some of the indicators, that GFS indicator keeping a strong, type of wind indicator up there a little bit longer. Not really strong, but, a T now, all the way to like Raleigh, which maybe a holds in the weak tropical storm status to about there. It says it all the way to Virginia. I don't know, it's still close to the water. We've seen stuff where sometimes they can keep their strength, these systems, a little bit more, right near the water. We'll see. I don't think it's going to really happen exactly like that, but it's not that organized of a system in that way. But you see the spin here hour by hour in the forecast model. This is 11 a.m., noon, 1 o'clock, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 p.m., 10, 11. Getting here later and later, and you see some of that getting off in toward Virginia here and the like. So that's kind of storyline there. Let me go ahead and see what else we might have with this. We're just going to go ahead and continue to track the situation. Let me just kind of see here what storylines we're tracking here with all this. And I'll take the model off. Let's put infrared satellite back on. You see it looks like it's kind of fading. So maybe a little bit of a surge. We had some of that water, maybe help it, but now it's got close to land, and maybe it's kind of fading some, further north here too. Sometimes other influences can come into play here as well. I mean, let's look back at 4 hours ago. That's really tough. Look at that. That was really starting to. We said on our description intensifying. I don't think they may have dropped, the winds here as we, may drop the wind. I should say, as we come up on that update for that landfall, which could end up being the advisory at 5 a.m. That just comes out a little early. We shall see. But again, we're just continuing to track all this here in the Weather Center this morning with Chantal. So again, we're just, that really looks a lot weaker. And it just did. When you go back 4 hours, look at all those, and I have to go here just a little bit. The quarter cloud tops, look at all that there. I mean, I was trying to maybe, if it could have just been a little further west, get around the center, maybe get an eye wall, but not now. It's fading. It's losing some of that heavier moisture with this as well, which is good news. So that's, a deviation there. It got stronger than the forecast, but now maybe, and they may jump the winds down just a little on that landfall here. Then we saw it kind of with Barry, I believe it was a tropical depression when it hit. Didn't end up, changing some terrible outcomes for Texas necessarily, but my point is, this might be one that weakens on landfall. Not that we're depressing, but these winds are also kind of down here a little bit as we're looking here. We had some gusts in the 40s range earlier on, almost to 50. I haven't really seen that here, on some of these recent views of the situation. 36 there, so not even tropical storm force gusts there like Myrtle Beach. We're always watching out. You guys are always going to watch out in the meteorology community for the boaters and the like. But 36 miles an hour Grand Strand, 29 Wilmington, 20 towards Southport there to Brunswick County Airport. These are not even tropical storm gusts right now, so that's a positive deviation here as we're looking at the situation, as we're tracking this here in these overnight hours, these wee hours of the morning here on this July 6th here, 2025. So again, we're seeing how folks are being impacted. Myrtle Beach, 29 mile an hour gust there. The Myrtle Beach Air Force Base. Okay, just got to 40 there now, right on cue pretty much. Last 2 minutes there toward North Myrtle Beach, Grand Slam. So just a tropical storm force and one of these bands closer to the center. This definitely just seemed like it's weakened some. Velocity kind of says that too. These are not as brighter colors as we were seeing earlier on, I don't think. I mean, you can kind of tell we had some brighter colors. I mean, it's not right exactly where it is, but so when wind's a little above the surface, and we're not seeing quite as much now. I mean, it's closer to it, siding away, the center, but I think it's weakening some of my point here. So that's good. It was strengthening, fairly quickly. Not like, just alarming, but, it was strengthening some. But now we're seeing some of that weakening, some of that, if shear's getting to it, that could increase the tornado threat a little. We shall see, but I don't know if it, had a little bit of pressure to really, play a huge role here. Some weak rotation off of Carolina Beach, Wilmington. I know from time to time throughout, part of the year you can have some spins just come across there in a low rest there. We do have a low tornado rest there towards some of North Carolina today. So just got to watch out for that, because that could mean, in areas that, not going to have too much wind otherwise, could get some pretty strong and significant winds. I mean, could be the strongest winds we get anywhere from this tropical cyclone. Very well could and probably would be within a tornado, even an EF0, EF1. That could mean winds. I mean, an EF1 on the high end here, that could mean winds to 110 miles an hour. And in theory, something about that level would be possible here in that green zone there. So you got to remain alert for these rapidly changing conditions. Wilmington, Greenville, I mean, some of these areas further west, Fayetteville, North Carolina. See Jacksonville, North Carolina further east, and the Outer Banks, obviously. A lot of folks, popular tourist destination. You got to be watching for water spouts to be coming ashore. Ended up being tornadoes. You see Ocracoke there. You see Morehead City. You see sea level. You see Hatteras or Cape Hatteras. We're watching you guys. And areas there. You saw Buxton, maybe, it's a little bit north, but maybe even Kill Devil Hills there. Elizabeth City or Virginia Beach might have to watch as well. So again, they're not quite in that formal risk here on that day one convective outlook from the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma. But again, we're just going to keep watching here, and keep tracking, and instability can play a role in that, as we're kind of looking at things and tracking things here. As we're looking, we see like 76 Gainesville, 72 toward parts of Duval County and toward our area. We're not going to have that type of threat here. But those temperatures aren't too far off of that. Maybe a little bit warmer up there. I know where we're at here. For just our local viewers, reference point at, very early hour, 72 degrees. I know, it's, what we'd expect. That sunrise, sunset, pretty long day still. That can kind of help us heat up even in those areas further north. But, Milton, shorter days in some ways back last year. And it was, ended up being the worst time in terms of everything coming together with all the instability. All that shear towards South Florida. Not going to have anything like that here toward the Carolinas, it doesn't seem. But, a situation here where they had just tragedy toward areas with a deadly tornadic scenario there, towards South Florida there with Hurricane Milton. Not as bad as the '07 tornado outbreak and towards Central Florida which is further north, than Milton's tornadoes really were, or the 98 Kissimmee area tornado outbreak, but it's still something that, was very noteworthy for the state of Florida for sure. With Milton, of course, Helene, had all that surge along the west coast of Florida. We talked about how the water rise with that river there into where Texas was double. We had with Cedar Key, and Helene, which was devastating for them in our area, but it was twice that much very quick within a couple hours there on that early Friday, July 4th, toward the Guadalupe River at Hunt, Texas. And I know I'm looking at the information here right now. I know rainfall there for Wilmington that Saturday, going back to Chantal, a little over an inch. North Myrtle Beach there, a little less than an inch, but some of this now, and the Sunday there, as I'm watching, that's not going to be factored into the climate reports, but, as we're kind of looking there toward these areas, towards South and North Carolina, that landfall here, definitely, is very imminent here as we're looking at things right now at 4:18 in the morning. Again, we're just continuing to stick with this here with our tropical storm, with Tropical Storm Chantal. It's about where that lowest pressure comes across, and that's where you get a tropical storm to hit here and impact some of these areas. So you just got to be very mindful of that, obviously, as we're continuing to give you guys the very latest here with this situation. So again, we're still on top of this. We're waiting for that official landfall to be called here by the Hurricane Center in Miami. I know Weather Service Wilmington watching to see if they need to issue any tornado warnings. Raleigh office will have to be watching here today as well, and some other neighboring offices. I'm sure Morehead City. They'll be watching as we're looking at things and tracking the situation. So again, didn't see a lot on your tracker there. Rainfall, not overwhelming there overall, but some of that could lead to some flash flood warnings as we get further on here in the timeline. Pretty cool. I know these areas you think about, in the northern parts of Virginia, the western part of that state, some 50s right now. I know you think of western North Carolina and what happened with Helene last year, still the devastation, the tragedy, all the fatalities there. That situation reminiscent in some ways, of what happened in Texas. The numbers may end up being worse still from what happened in Helene in the ward last year with all that flooding in those mountainous areas that were so hard to access there. But, a situation there reminiscent to what we had in Texas with the Guadalupe River and some other flooding situations too, but especially the Guadalupe River coming up 20 feet in 2 hours and causing all that loss of life. All those young people, even media reports indicating toward, areas there in toward Texas, heartbreak toward the Guadalupe River, toward Kirk County. It's just awful, awful, awful news. They're still getting some rain there right now, popping back into the picture. Don't need that, obviously. They're still trying to look for folks and rescue them. Time's really, of the essence here. If they can rescue anybody else there that's been, caught up in this. But so many children, according to media reports, losing their lives. Just awful. Girls camp being impacted. So many missing, according to media reports. That water just came up so quick, so fast. That rush of water coming in, 20 feet, 2 hours. Guadalupe River, just an awful, awful situation. That one gauge is telling the story, river gauge there toward that region, toward the community of Hunt there. As we look at that, I mean, seeing the media reports, you see some of these areas here like Hunt, but seeing media reports of the vicinity, one side of the road, house gone, family maybe losing their life based on what I've seen. Next side of that road, I believe it's KSAT TV reporting this, watching some of the different ones in the San Antonio market. But I believe they talked about the other side of the road getting mail delivery. I mean, one side of the road, that's a family getting that. The other side of the road, the house is gone because of water from, water rises there, just wiping things out in central Texas. So, again, just absolutely awful. As we look, I know the rainfall last hour there hadn't been too crazy. Last 12 hours it hadn't been that specific particular spot, but starting to see some more development. Let's go ahead and go to some of the forecast modeling here right now. As we're tracking things, as we're monitoring things here, let's go ahead and jump to 4 a.m. there. And it's not even picking up on this, which I know that's been a problem with some stuff here lately. I mean, it was a triple R, and some of the high res was picking up on the threat late Thursday before it really took place Friday. So at least this says probably not something huge happening here this morning, but still more rain could be in store, even if model isn't really picking up on AC eventually later in the day, maybe. You don't want to see that because it looks like quite a bit coming in there. 6 hours. I mean, these could be some localized spots to get several inches. Some spots would be not, seeing that, at least maybe not quite as much going out as what we saw yesterday morning. It's blast flood emergencies on top of what we had the morning before with just the numerous amounts of blast flood emergencies. Some of these in, a lot of this in different spots compared to Friday morning. Some more that Saturday morning in the Austin television market. So just absolutely awful. So again, as we go ahead and continue to look at things here right now, I know we're always watching things here toward our area here, our 62 counties and the like here. But, we have the national story that we talk about from time to time. Chantal is something you could kind of foresee more in the meteorology community than the flooding in Texas. I mean, middle of the night, holiday weekend there, that impact ended up being so catastrophic because of the river rise there. Something that can happen, but, just going from normal to catastrophic in a couple hours, it's just, just absolute turmoil toward those areas there and toward Texas and toward the Lone Star State. Again, it doesn't, it doesn't help bring back the lives lost, but my thoughts and prayers got everybody impacted about that terrible tragedy. I know some folks still missing, out there, and a lot really still missing toward Texas. And it's just awful. As we go ahead and go back to the north, Carolinas, our storm system flood advisory now, Brunswick and New Hanover counties until 8 a.m. up that way. So you got to watch that. It came out from the Wilmington office there. Again, Brunswick and New Hanover counties, they're a flood advisory at 8 a.m. now. That moisture coming on in there, and the word parts of southeastern North Carolina. So portions of the zones being impacted. You see the last hour, Wilmington getting, a good bit of rain. Not overwhelming. I know they had that system that wasn't named last year up there that really caused flash flooding problems up in that region. It was expected to get a name. It would have affected, Helene would have ended up being, taking the I name instead if it wasn't for what happened there last year, I believe, in the word of Carolinas. So, ended up getting a different name, returning that list there. And that name went down in infamy instead of the typical pattern we've seen lately where so many I names on that list go down in infamy here in the meteorology community. It being so tragic, like Ian and Irma and Ike and Adalia. The list goes on and on. I'm sure I'm leaving out critical names. I mean, Isabel years ago. You kind of get the idea. So as we go ahead and continue to give you guys the very latest here on things. I believe Isabel was one, it was a while back, but one that's in areas toward like Virginia and the like. So again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here on everything as we go ahead and zoom back on out. Ian's another name we can't ever forget. That I name, so tragic, so devastating. As we kind of keep on watching things and keep on tracking things here this morning with Chantal, you see we're, that northeastern quadrant, that's where we could have our tornado threat really try to come into play. It's just a 2%, but still, whenever there's any type of threat, you gotta remain alert here. You saw where some of that was kind of still offshore, so that could be an issue if we get the storms to develop around that. Let's take you, to another tornado threat in the country, not because of the tropics, but as we're looking here toward Nebraska and Colorado and Kansas, you see a small tornado threat on that Sunday. And later on, as we look ahead, there's an enhanced risk toward areas further out in the country. So could have some of that severe weather pattern come back into play. But you see on this Sunday, a slight risk of severe weather here. Colorado, Nebraska, and parts of Oklahoma, and, just watching there. You see Kansas, and even, I guess that would be into Wyoming there as well. So again, as we're kind of looking at things here right now, keep on tracking, keep on monitoring, but down almost 2 hours straight here. I know you see some local stuff out in the Gulf especially, but, we've had that moisture in play, some of that because of Chantal. This is the instability tracker, so not directly correlated, but I know a way to look at moisture is off that dew point in the lower levels. You see that. Let's go to water vapor. That's the moisture in the upper levels. As we go ahead and kind of see that. And this was so drier in the brownest colors. You see the moisture though in the like the pinks and the purples, however you want to characterize that. You see that in the orange and the blues. The whites is, it says some of that, around here, but it's not, if you're letting the lighter whites, not so much, but those, or let me back that up. If you're seeing the more transparent whites, not so much, but those thicker looking whites, some storm and moisture, involved there. But the moisture in the upper levels, that's what the water vapor imagery does. So as we go ahead and keep on looking and keep on tracking things here, I know we're looking at some really hot temperatures out there toward the west during the day, southwest. It happens here, we see that, as you look in the years, I mean, you have dust storms even in the light. I mean, even now, look how hot it is around this dry air, but dry heat generally, evidenced by dust storms and the like. But Phoenix there, 95, 92 toward areas for the south there, 90 in California right now around the Blythe Airport, 92 there, and Needles, and that's 1:30 or so Pacific time. Go back 4 hours, look at some of those triple digits there on the screen. So definitely telling that story there. As we go ahead and kind of go back to the north here, and we continue to watch the situation. We continue to give you guys the very latest on exactly what's going on here with our tropical storm with Chantal. As we continue to watch, try to figure out where else we want to go into coverage here. I've been with you for a while, and we're just trying to give you guys the very latest here on exactly what's going on. So making some notes, but hopefully I don't have to be with you too much longer based on what I'm seeing. I want to stick with you until we get that official landfall out, but then we'll probably switch over to radar stream unless something really starts to emerge. So again, we're continuing to watch Chantal here this morning. It's 4:30 a.m. here. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud again with you. And some folks, if you have that very early alarm clock on that Sunday, probably not too many folks. If it was Monday, maybe so. But if you're with me, thanks for tuning in. You might be getting ready for a trip home even, and that interstate corridor there, look at I-95. It's going to be wet here today as we're looking into the Carolinas. You see some of that moisture there right now impacting parts of I-95 as we're looking around Florence. Not overwhelming, but still slick spots. That oil mixing can lead to some accidents. That wind blowing a little, some limbs falling maybe. And high-profile vehicles could have some issues, especially over bridges and the like. So, especially if you get maybe even closer to the coast. But some of this will start to move more in. The last movement from the hurricane center in Miami had 8 miles an hour off toward the north. So, definitely noteworthy with that. And we're just going to see that new update come in soon, I'm sure, from everybody there involved with the hurricane information. Let me go ahead and tropical cyclone information. This is a tropical storm. 2 a.m. update at 60-mile-an-hour winds here on Chantal. So those winds were getting stronger maybe than what the official forecast had initially there as we were looking. But some of the more recent scans, the satellite and wind numbers even on the METARs has got a little bit weaker, so maybe some weakening here. But you see that pressure at 1,002 millibars. It's kind of high, meaning not as deep for a 60-mile-an-hour tropical storm. I mean, as you're looking at things over the years, I mean, sometimes I have a mouse pad here. I mean, it shows a Cat 1 hurricane had 980 millibars and lower on average here with, that. So this is pretty far from that, even though the winds aren't. So it's not that deep of a system, and that's kind of what you'd expect here in June, July with a lot, but not every system. I mean, Barrel was different last year, but, a lot of these weaker, June, July systems will have something kind of like that. Seen some of these toward Florida when I was growing up here, as we're looking at things. But, the early letters in the alphabet. Chantal, the cone of concern, you saw the winds there, and we've seen, that potential try to get further in. Yeah, but this was the 11 p.m. update. You had the tropical storm warning from Myrtle Beach, Conway, and Surf City, and that held. And the 2 a.m. update from what I saw, tropical storm warning there in that dark blue there. The yellow was tropical storm watch that we were looking for there toward like Charleston, but in case there was some deviation, but I'm not really necessarily seeing that. And not that far anyway. And then as we go ahead, maybe some, a little bit west, we saw an east triple wall with some of the rain, but not that far south and west, I don't think. As we go ahead and see here, you see North Carolina, some of the impacts as we get further on in. That moisture coming on in, that can lead to some flooding. So whenever you have those flooded roadways, remember, turn around, don't drown. you know, 995 may have some problems here and there, but there's accents there. When you get off the interstate, that's when you could have more problems arise. Chantal there at C name, Dexter, Aaron, next names on the list. Bury the remnants of that we didn't know. Those mid-level remnants there. It became so tragic toward Texas. And that rainfall forecast next 7 days, and toward Texas, it ended up not really telling the story as good as we wish it would have, and that it didn't pinpoint things quite enough, but still did give some heads up to folks, if you're really looking at the specific details. But you see over North Carolina, getting multiple inches, some spots here, as we're looking ahead, next 7 days, some of that, not quite a bit today, but some later on in the period with the pattern as well, that could add things up here on some of those rain gauges. You see, some isolated areas, if you kind of think about this is the average. Some isolated areas could get a half foot of rain there as we're looking toward, some of those spots. But as we go toward North Florida, South Georgia, our Chantal system, we were at least keeping an eye on it. We're in alert mode, but it's for areas to the north, not, really for us into toward the west with Texas. The tragedy that happened there, we didn't, have those direct impacts really from Chantal here. Some recurrent risk, dangerous, obviously, but not something that, was affecting the land areas too much, with some squally weather a little, I guess, but it's more just, different kind of rain pattern, and we sometimes will get some stuff that's coming from the north to the south, for instance, and you see, like Stark, Tallahassee, inch or so on average next 7 days. It's not overwhelming for summertime, but we can still use some of that rain, but whenever thunder roars, go indoors. So you see some areas like toward Cedar Key, maybe slightly more, give or take in that area, but some of that, we're looking under tonight, they got quite a bit in Levy County with precip. So as we go ahead and look, you got to still be prepared, because the hurricane season peaks here in the months to come, more August to October than anything. So make sure you have your hurricane kit up to date. But of course, nothing really can prepare us for the numbers coming out of Central Texas with the horrific flood disaster there. Again, the reports, last check there, media reports had at least 52 dead in the state. I mean, it's just awful sobering. Every time I go over this stuff with you here, you had 27 children missing from Camp Mystic there toward that region, toward that vicinity in Kirk County, with so many of the flooding fatalities, and that was a girls' camp there, and had 700 or so, 750 or so campers. And, you're talking about a situation there where seeing folks be missing. We've seen reports there of fatalities and like with some of the campers there, and it's just awful officials involved there based on what I've seen in the media reports. And it's just sobering. I mean, absolutely awful. You hate seeing that, that water rise so quick, a couple hours, 20 feet or so, which is unfathomable, obviously. Way, surpassing the heads of people pretty quick there, especially young children. I mean, it's just as bad as it gets. I mean, as you're looking at so many fatalities, I mean, so many lives changed forever there. If it wasn't them, maybe their friends and their family being lost in this tragedy here. I mean, even if, you don't have just a huge percentage of them, in terms of like over 50%, maybe lose their life. It's a situation where so many people are going to know so many folks, involved there in some way or another, and it's just so tragic. And some folks, it's their family. Their lives are shattered forever. It'll never be the same. As we go ahead and go look here, Cedar Key, those water levels there, that Texas River rise comparison. You see Helene here toward our area, 9 or so feet. We were warned about that, ahead of time. That was something being evacuations for, storm surge warning. We had flash flood warnings, considerable, catastrophic, ultimately toward the Guadalupe River there at Hunt, but ended up being 20 feet in a couple hours when you have so many people there for the 4th of July weekend. You have RVs, you have campers there, you have people maybe in tents, and the outcome, catastrophic. As we go ahead and continue to look here now, it wasn't a storm surge, directly the terminology, but the storm surge flooding here, the information, kind of comes in handy, because it's a few feet still a problem. 6 inches of water can knock you down as the flash flood warning tips, and we ended up having 20 feet of water. 20 feet of water within a couple hours coming up on those poor folks. I mean, obviously by then it was too late, even 6 feet. you know, some cases too late, even a few feet in some cases too late. Awful. As we go ahead and continue here, though, we continue to look at Chantal. It was strengthened earlier on. It has shown signs that it's not quite as strong as it was, maybe. We'll see what the Hurricane Center says in their official update. We should have a landfall here pretty soon. And we're seeing some more rain last hour on Wilmington and plus in some of those lighter blues. As we continue to watch here, continue to make notes about different things here on the cover as we continue to look here. I know Horry County, their 6 a.m. flood advisory continues there according to the Wilmington Weather Service Office, that Wilmington, North Carolina Weather Service Office that does cover areas in northeastern South Carolina. So again, just continue to track all that for you, obviously, with some risk of flooding in play, some flood watches towards some of these different communities and the like. So just remember those mantras there in the weather community, like turn around, don't drown, because you don't want to, cross a flooded roadway here. You don't want to cross a flooded roadway here, as the situation, you can't see how deep it is. You just gotta avoid that, because otherwise it can become a life-threatening situation very quick. Because again, only 6 inches of water can knock you down. So just awful. When you think about what happened in Texas, 20 feet of water. Some folks did somehow survive situations like that, but so many others didn't. I mean, we've heard some of the harrowing stories there in media coverage locally there, some nationally as well, but local stations, especially in San Antonio, really being on top of that, whether it was the NBC station, the Fox there, which is, part of the same group there, or ABC or CBS. But as we go ahead and keep looking here, and different comments here on Twitch. Again, I appreciate everybody tuning in and trusting me here this morning, as we're just continuing to give you the latest. I know we'll have that radar stream running here once we have that official landfall. Is that running here as we're watching things there? YouTube can go longer than some of the other platforms, but Twitter can go pretty long. But then Facebook there, that cuts off after 8 hours, so keep that in mind. You have Twitch there, another platform we're on, but YouTube at Clouds Weather can keep watching a little longer with that radar stream in play here. Because once we have that landfall, probably just kind of rapid. It's pretty late. Not in our area, not an overwhelming system, especially even compared to what we had in the unexpected manner comparison-wise, and the historic impacts with the flooding in Texas. I know locally we have a marine warning now. Let's go ahead and see that real quick here. It may take a second to pop in. Some of that stuff off the coast there, Tallahassee. There's marine interest. Got to be careful with some of that lightning around, some of that wind around, gusting to about 40 miles an hour. So off the coast of Apalachicola, it's definitely something folks are watching there. Some of that moisture kind of in the pattern here with our cyclone. So that's intriguing. We've seen the different impacts obviously here, some ways, but those have not been that big of a deal here locally for the most part. As we look, indirect really, but as we kind of look here, I know getting some weird false readings on a METAR right now in Cross City, but we're not seeing, it's trying to still very strong winds there. Don't think that's happening there right now in Dixie County, but sometimes don't think that's happening there right now in Dixie County, but sometimes you can get weird false readings just trying to sell hurricane force gust there, and I know that's not happening, but that sometimes can be the storyline as we are tracking things. So I know we've been on a while, our camera freezing up. That probably tells me that we'll probably be wrapping things up pretty soon anyway. And that we're our system kind of telling me that I've been on for a while, but I just want to wait a little bit longer here for that landfall. Let me see that marine warning here. The marine warning in play. Yeah, we're kind of tracking that. I know accent is off, but you see those there to off of Apalachicola. Tracking that situation there. See our cyclone there on Myrtle Beach. That push water coming in there. That's impactful to some folks, obviously. Maybe those low-lying areas between that and the heavy rain, but not a storm surge warning or anything like that, at least. Having to be a kind of flash flood warning. Not overwhelming, but still some impact flood advisories in play. But they're continuing that. So let me step out of the shot real quick it'll kind of pull things over to, let's see, where do we want to go with this? We'll show you how, it's trying to get a little stronger, but it did not, and it's not going to be a hurricane. With satellite, I can guarantee you that. Again, we pretty much did the other day. It was not going to become that, but satellite was trying to really pump things up earlier on, it looked like, but we saw that on the imagery, but as we go ahead and look at things here now, I've been looking at them, it's falling off again. That's what we like to see. As we go ahead and look, we're just getting a new advisory in, just trying to get the very latest in here. Let me check that while I'm off camera too. And that's very important. Do we have a landfall here of Chantal? That's the question here as we're tracking things. So first off, that flood advisory. Just wanted to see what they said about that. A couple of them, I know one around Wilmington as well, but Horry County at 6 a.m. Doppler radar indicated heavy rain due to thunderstorms. This will cause urban and small stream flooding. Overflow and poor drainage areas will cause minor flooding in the advisory area. Myrtle Beach, North Myrtle Beach, Surfside Beach, Myrtle Beach Airport, North Myrtle Beach Airport. You kind of get the idea. Okay, do we have landfall? Let's see. We just got the latest update. They're now saying moving inland into far eastern South Carolina. So, then the corner of the landfall. Flash flooding remains a threat as rain bands force on shore. Okay, so let me go ahead and get a graphic together then on our source here for that landfall. So they dropped the winds to 50, I see. That's kind of what I thought. It looked like it was decaying some. That's what we like to see, obviously. 1,004 millibars. And the pressures, they rose that. Some decrease in strength there. The movement now north-northwest 8 miles an hour. So that's kind of the storyline there. For some reason, the advisory is having trouble coming up the full details on the Hurricane Center. Okay, there we go. This tropical storm watch from Modesto Beach to South Santee River, South Carolina, has been discontinued. Tropical storm warning in effect from South Santee River to Surf City, North Carolina. So that's kind of storyline there. They do have the landfall in there. They have the center overland. Again, it did not become a hurricane. It started weakening again as it was getting a little bit stronger, but we never really thought it was going to become a hurricane. I just have that graphic up there, honestly. I'm off camera for a sec to try to get things updated. I'm just getting some things updated here. I have to update some of this stuff manually. So now inland in eastern South Carolina. $50-mile-an-hour wind, northwest at 8, and 1,004 millibars. Okay, so we got that. I'm going to switch it over here. So I'm on the wall. So I had to do this manually. Again, no hurricane. Didn't get that close, but it was up to 60 at one point. Down to 50 with the update where we have that landfall, confirmed. I don't know, once they do the post analysis, they'll probably kind of get an idea of exactly what type of winds as we're looking at things, kind of in between maybe where landfall actually happened. But okay, so 50 miles an hour. Been on for a while here, but 50 miles an hour there. Max sustained winds. Present movement north-northwest 80 miles an hour. At minimum central pressure 1,004 millibars. And now inland and eastern South Carolina. So that's the storyline there as we're tracking things. So let's go ahead and see where they have that center, another source. We're just going to go ahead and see that. You see that center of circulation. This is southwest of Myrtle Beach, northeast of Plantersville, but a lot of the worst, most of the worst off toward the east and to the north. So you can see that track though. I know some of the models were indicating the winds staying together a little more, but it already dropped some since even the model runs at 2 a.m. So you see here though, depressing expected by like early afternoon, southwest of Fayetteville, but the worst Raleigh, maybe Fayetteville there too with some of the rain, and eastern parts of North Carolina getting into some of that here as we're looking at things and as we're tracking things. And You kind of see this. If it stays close enough to the coast, it can draw a little bit more energy from the water out there and stay a little bit more intact than it would otherwise would, with it kind of already starting to decay. So that could play a role in keeping things a little bit more in tune with maybe a more of a flash flooding threat or tornado threat here and there. That can sometimes become a story that center kind of interacts with the land areas. So, but our water vapor even, I mean, I'll say this 4 hours ago, look how much more organized and more moisture was showing versus now. It's really decayed. I mean, that's really decayed off of what it was, but you still see some more moisture is trying to pull in. So you still got to watch out for flash flooding. And with some of this decaying so quick, maybe with a tornado threat if we get more instability, and as we probably would later on in toward those daytime hours. So again, I just continue to track all this here in toward the weather center. We're just continuing to give you guys, that's 4 hours to go. This is now, look at, I mean, that's really decayed here on us, which is good, but that could still lead, you know, sometimes when you get some more maybe kind of pulling apart of a storm, you can start to see the tornado threat increase some. When the instability goes up, that's a possibility that center comes across land and those bands interact here with the land, and that friction could get involved here and cause some issues for some folks here at this very early hour. So, you know, as we look at an isolated nature, but as we get later in the morning, afternoon, I know, you know, church time later in the morning, afternoon, we could start to see the tornado threat go up some as we look here towards some areas in the Carolinas. As we do have a 2% tornado risk here and play that marginal risk as we're looking at things. And now we're just continue to watch, you know, as we kind of watch the scenario evolve. You can see we have that 2% risk, that green area. So you just got to kind of be mindful of all of that here as we're kind of looking at things and as we're tracking things. So we're at 4:49. You know what we're going to do here? I'm going to jump off for a few minutes because we're about to wrap it up anyway. But I want to jump back just for anybody waking up right at 5 o'clock. We'll have one more update at 5 a.m. And then we'll wrap the coverage up. Then probably, except for just leaving the stream running and or if we need to cut back in for something. But already seeing decay here. And some of the models have forecasted that in a way, but they didn't really forecast it to strengthen quite as much as it did, you know, right before that point. So kind of interesting to see that here. But down to a 50-mile-an-hour landfall here in toward parts of South Carolina. They've been post-analysis. They might tweak that a little because it's probably been overland just a little bit here. You see 50-mile-an-hour winds, their max staying maybe a little higher gusts, but the gust numbers haven't been that impressive lately. You saw a little bit higher earlier on in velocity, and with some METAR numbers around like Myrtle Beach, closer to 50. North-northwest moving at 8 miles an hour. The pressure up a little bit weaker. Had a little bit of surge there too, but pressure back up now to 1,004 millibars at 1,002 earlier on. The movement was north due north at 8 or so, and the winds were 60 in that 2 a.m. update if you weren't with me here over the last couple of hours. So now inland and eastern South Carolina, we're back in about 10 minutes or more, so keep it tuned here. We'll kind of wrap it up with that coming up here at the top of the hour, but leave the stream going a little longer. So keep it here to Clouds Weather. We'll keep you guys informed on this weather scenario. I know we're just continuing to keep you guys up to date here on what is happening. So let me go ahead and jump back in here. I know some folks do get up at like 5, but you see these winds are not that impressive. You know, we just wanted to kind of be with you until we had that official landfall. It's not an overwhelming situation. We've stuck with it a good bit for not to be in our area here, and based on what we saw, you know, and seen here, I mean, with the data, it's really showing some signs of decay here lately. You know, in those recent hours, it had shown signs of strengthening earlier on, but now there's signs of decay, which is what we like. It's almost as if it made landfall, but it hadn't. That means the impact got reduced in and of itself just by that. So that's a positive, obviously, as we're looking and as we're tracking. So still some electrical energy in there, but we'll watch to see how tornado threats evolve as it decays so much. You know, sometimes you get more pockets of instability. We saw that with Elsa, Florida area. I mean, it was pretty strong when it hit, but later today we had more areas of clearing in between, and that led to problems. I believe we had that problem in our area locally with Bonnie in 04. But, you know, a situation up here, you know, North Carolina, South Carolina, that's not our area, but still something we're watching here from a meteorological perspective. Back here in a few more minutes or more, so keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. We'll have a, you know, full report here to wrap it up in just a few minutes. Keep it tuned right here on the stream on the different platforms.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour. It is 5 a.m. here on this Sunday morning. We're kind of wrapping up our Chantal landfall coverage. We had to make landfall officially just in the last little bit. But you see on the infrared satellite, really, even before that landfall happened, I know we had a 60-mile-an-hour sustained tropical cyclone at 2 a.m. down to 50 miles an hour at 5 a.m. And probably, just kind of really going through a process where we're seeing decay. I mean, we could see some tornado threats emerge, some flash flood threats emerge here through the day here toward parts of, especially in the North Carolina as we look ahead. But the overall situation, you saw how it was clearing up earlier on, but as it got closer to the coast, not really able to kind of maintain itself too much, and that was some great news. But still, to just be mindful. I know, I have to remain alert here in the meteorology community. I mean, the radar still has kind of affects that moisture. I mean, the satellite kind of has it too. And we're going to leave this running, even though we're wrapping the coverage. We're not planning to cut back in unless we need to. But you kind of see here the situation as we're seeing toward like the Outer Banks, some moisture coming in play there. I mean, we have, lingering moisture that's extending all the way down here with all this action. I know in Texas, it's been such a big storm with all that flash flooding there lately. Kind of had some remnants in a way of Barry there. And I know it was just absolutely disastrous with so many fatalities out there toward the Lone Star State. Just an awful set of circumstances for those folks out there. With so many fatalities and numbers keep getting updated. I know it's 4 a.m. Central Time or so out there. I know my thoughts and prayers, about 40 hours ago from now, we had all those, tragedies really getting in play there. As we go ahead and see, this is a graphic I was kind of giving you guys an idea on here throughout the night with our coverage of Chantal. This is into where Texas, that's really still the bigger weather headline by far because of all the fatalities. Last check there in the reports, media reports, at least 52 dead in the state, most of those in Kirk County, but some even, it seems, flash flooding, later on in the period outside of that region. Even we had the flash flooding Saturday morning as well. We had the stream going for us. We had a reoccurrence of a pattern. It was hard to forecast, but in different areas we saw that moisture come in, not necessarily impacting that Guadalupe River, but that Guadalupe River on Friday morning. That's when we had all the tragedy. Really kind of cluster. Camp Mystic, 27 children missing from there. You see how the graph there, graph there that we use there in the meteorology community. You see it just kind of jumped up from 8.93 feet, so about 29 feet or so in a couple of hours. And that's just awful. I mean, it reminds you of storm surge, not exactly like it, but you see it was like double what we had in Helene there a couple, a couple hours. Just absolutely awful situation there. Of course, with Chantal, that's what we've been on for, the reason, the catalyst for this coverage. Even though in a way that's still not the biggest weather headline, but landfall of a tropical storm here in the country is still always, noteworthy. And the graphics here, so the stats is at 5 a.m. 50-mile-an-hour winds there. The max is staying that present movement north-northwest 8 miles an hour. Pressure up at the 4 millibars is at 1,002 earlier on. So already some weakening and already some decay, but still remain alert for flooding in spots, tornadoes, isolated possibilities there. Even though the winds are down from 60 to 50 there with this, but it's now inland into eastern North Carolina, or eastern South Carolina. Going to be good into North Carolina here later on today. So we've been with you for a while. We took that quick break just to kind of reset for this one final update here. But Chantal now in towards some of these areas here, a little bit more with the official landfall being designated here. I see a gust toward Myrtle Beach here recently, looking there around 42 miles an hour, 26 or so in Wilmington, but 42 there, Horry County. That's pretty noteworthy there for that community, obviously. Some tropical force gusts. That's not the only one they've had here tonight. They've had, multiple in that 40ish range, so that can cause some isolated sporadic power outages. Or, until you get closer to 60, where we thought we might be trying to get at earlier on, towards some of these areas. Didn't really necessarily see it, but that could have led to more power outages, but very few in that region. We're going to probably see upticks here at points, but, in the Horry County, only 474 customers in the dark. Georgetown County, only 8 customers in the dark there. In South Carolina and North Carolina, Brunswick County not seeing any reported according to Power.us right now. Hanover County 171 customers. Pender County 51. So as we're kind of looking at that situation there. So as we kind of keep on watching, keep on tracking. Let me get a radar mode here. We're going to kind of get that ready to go. Let me see here. This version of it. Trying to figure out which one I should probably leave up here. I probably should just go ahead and get it ready on this system so it merges everything together in case the radar goes out or if it really starts to make a move here, you know, from the Wilmington radar. They're just moving pretty slight miles an hour, which can lead to some problems, but, you know, not an overwhelming situation for most. It does not look like here. That's what we were thinking. For a little bit, it started to uptick a bit, but now it's kind of downturning again. You know, you don't always see a system kind of weaken right on landfall after it was starting to strengthen like it was, going from 45 to 50 to 60. But landfall, we sat down here in the last little bit and showing 50 winds with that statement coming in, you know, at that point there as we have that in towards some of these different areas. So, again, I know this graphic has the wind numbers, but they're not really impressive right now. You know, with that, sometimes I kind of leave it on that graphic here, but let me just get the stuff loaded on the other one. Of course, it'll show tornado warnings in the other one here. Let me put the lightning up on that. And I'll go ahead and put the wind meters on that. How about that? It's not going to be everything, but the different bars. If you study meteorology, the more bars you have, the redder is the color, indicating stronger gusts. So you at least have that. You have the track. You'll have some lightning popping in there, alerts. You know, at least kind of an idea on some of this here. It merges all the radars together, so you can kind of get a better grasp on things, especially if like one were to go down while we're not, you know, on full, you know, activation here. Watching this here as it impacts toward areas in the Carolinas. So, because I'm probably going to try to get some rest here. We always have to watch out for our local storms if we get something crazy. I haven't really seen anything too much last couple of days, but as Chantal's influence moves away, sometimes you can get stronger storms, even though, you know, not as much in the way of efficient rainfall producers at times. You know, sometimes it's a situation where we can get some more severe warnings eventually, but we don't want to see that, obviously. But, you know, summertime, you get it a lot. You got to remember whenever thunder roars, you got to go indoors here. And we're always trying to keep an eye on those situations, obviously, with the convection here toward our local area across our 62 counties. But, you know, been focusing on the national stories here as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring things here. Let me go ahead and pull up the covered map. Of course, we're in Bradford, watching our local counties for any, you know, inclement weather. But the national story has been up there, and especially even more so in toward Texas. So bad in Texas. Those areas, you know, not everybody, but, you know, some areas, it's just terrible. My thoughts and prayers go out to everybody impacted during this very difficult time, even though it's just a terrible number of fatalities there. One is one too many, but, you know, countless. 52 as of last reports. That's just awful to hear about, obviously. So, you know, we're just going to keep an eye on the situation here, you know, in terms of different impacts. This is Chantal, and you'll be able to kind of watch this. You'll kind of see how where the center is in relation to where that current point is and towards South Carolina. So it'll become a depression here later on and moving toward North Carolina with that center. A lot of this tilting more off toward the east, though. So we'll leave this on up here for everybody at home. Let me see if there's any more questions or comments from anybody, you know, watching. I've been on a while. Let me see. Yeah, we'll have to watch for some rotations. But again, you know, we'll see how that kind of goes in that regard. But appreciate everybody watching, whether it's on Facebook or on Twitter/X or YouTube, Twitch. I'm going to leave the radar running here. As the situation progresses. You see that green area, that's where any tornado warnings would be more likely to occur. Granted, you can still have something outside of that, but more likely to occur in that green area. So that's going to do it for us on Chantal. Covers sustained winds of 50, making landfall there. Around Myrtle Beach, it's a little south, it would seem, there, but, you know, definitely having an impact with some stronger winds, some isolated powers, but they don't look too terrible here at this point in time. And if you want to watch back on the cover, you can go on YouTube at Cloud Weather and look there, kind of scroll back to see how things have been progressing. But otherwise, unless things warrant, we're not going to cut back in. But if we do, we will, you know, if conditions warrant. But otherwise, we're just going to leave the radar running here and everything. But thanks for tuning in. Thanks for trusting me. Stay safe out there as we're continuing to watch Chantal. But it's still weekend, you know, but still going to have some impacts, flooding, isolated, just scattered, isolated power outages, and then isolated tornadoes of potential. So thanks for trusting me, everybody. I'm going to step out of the shot here. And we're going to leave this running. And we thank you so much for tuning in here. I'll go ahead and get rid of that mic. Enjoy your day. Stay safe out there. Thoughts and prayers everybody impacted by all these recent weather events that have been so dangerous and so tragic here. As we've been watching this holiday weekend, see so many issues here with the weather, especially the war Texas, though. Just awful. Something we're never going to forget about. Towards Central Texas in some cases because of, the tremendous and this a terrible way loss of life. That number is so high with those young children. It's just an awful scenario there. But we're going to leave you with this and keep this running. Stay safe, everybody.